Oi, call blimey, I can drink from the tears of Guffix, eh? Ain't it in it? I can drink from the tears. I forgot to enter my PIN number off stream. I'll do that now. Alright. We need to go check on... Is our thing ready? Oi, a poison ivy bush is ready. I call blimey, blah 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 blah. What's my highest skill? If you had to guess, I'm not actually sure I know the answer to this question.
Your highest skill?
Yeah. Which skill is the highest? Level and XP. So there might be a tie. I'm not sure.
I'm going to say fishing or thieving.
So definitely not fishing. I don't think.
Did you have to get 80 something?
I think it's
fishing?
either thieving or farming. It's farming. I had to get 79? 76 fishing. Yeah, fishing ain't even close. Not even close, baby.
Friday Facts Smarter Robots.
Please do not make the robots even stronger. Belts are crying. Grow a magic tree. Grow my dick. Boop, 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 boop. Sound of her growing my dick. Do we have a magic sapling? No.
Alright, so...
Do I have any magic seeds? Yes.
Flying robot behavior improvements.
I don't think they
When's
should...
non-flying robots?
I don't think they should improve the robot.
Well, let me read through this to see what they actually did. Some of the problems we fixed were reported countless times. I mean, it might be stuff like send robots out to a long-distance task and they end up in an infinite loop fixing that shit.
Okay, yeah, that would be good. That would be good. Bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 bum.
Life improvements reduce small constraints from more of the game.
Man, I got 2 more Hespori seeds. This is insane. I can't give these things away.
Yeah, because you don't have access to the Grand Exchange.
Oh, true. I think they might be untradeable. Not uncertain of that. I will have you know, I murdered the heck out of Hespori with my new hat. That was the first thing I did, and I killed it like 40 seconds faster, which is surprising because my best time was like 2 minutes before. So, you know. Ice source seed. Go get ourselves ready for Guardians of the Rift while we wait for these to germinate.
Okay, well the first thing we're talking about is assigning robots to tasks.
What the heck? What does that even mean?
Well, like it talks about when it like keeps a list of idle robots, and when it says, "Oh, you need to transfer 500 items from this box to this box," it starts going down the list of nearest robots to do the thing.
Alright, I can use my...
Yeah, okay, so it's if you don't have enough robots directly nearby, you could be waiting for other robots from another end of the factory to come get it. Yeah, alright.
I can use my giant rune pouch. That means I have to switch to looters. Okay, I'll go do that after. Okay, can these stupid saplings germinate?
Okay, yeah, this is a thing that's been a little annoying where you say you want to deconstruct things and your personal robots only do it once while you have to wait for robots from the base. Right?
I forgot to put away my goddamn. I'm so dumb. Forgot to put away my farming supplies. Oh well, that's fine. Let's double check I'm good. I have NPC contact. I have my 4 things. Oh, I need a chisel. Okay.
Roboports will now have a logistic request section where you can set like a number of robots to keep in the Roboport.
Interesting. Weird.
Useful for making sure that they stay in areas where you need them instead of having to migrate around. But they will not take robots from storage or provider chests to do this. Yes, that way you don't have population control issues.
This guy wants to control the population.
Another nice use of this is that we can use the Roboport request to remove certain robots from the network. Oh no. It's Dave.
Don't let Dave do it!
Okay, that sounds like a situation we would never actually be involved with. I don't think we've ever used mods that have higher tiers of robots.
Mods!
We're also improving the robot charging selection so they'll bunch up less. Oh, mitigation for robot pathing over lakes.
Yas, Queen, slay!
This is because for performance reasons we don't do any pathfinding at all.
Holy crap, I make 40 goddamn essence at once. God dang, that's a lot of goddamn essence, god dang.
Nerf this man. Okay, so it's not like they're specifically buffing robots, but giving them task queues will probably make them a little stronger.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's a strength game that I don't think I can complain about.
How many Earth Rooms am I about to vomit out? $225 Earth Rooms. Oh, I didn't even make all of them. Well, oopsie. Oopsie doodle. Blood runes, my beloved. I'll get you. I'll get you eventually.
No.
You considered yes? You need 49. God dang essence to make a thing now. Ooh, cosmics. Don't mind if I do.
Hovers in the cutscene you have to watch. If I manage to finish the game, at the end of the video I'll tell you how much money is absolutely required by the story. The third rule is that I can't use glitches to skip things. There's also one more rule for this game that didn't apply to the 1000-Year Door. In the 1000-Year Door, inns and recover blocks cost money to use, which meant I couldn't use them for this challenge. In the original Paper Mario, they're both completely free. This is actually why I ended up doing a video on the 1000-Year Door first. In this game, healing is free, so the whole survival element is gone since you can always just run back to an inn when you're in danger. So for this challenge, inns and heart blocks are also banned. This also includes other similar sources of healing like Mario's bed. With that out of the way, let's get started. The combat early on is very simple. Unlike the 1000-Year Door where you start the game with action commands, in the first Paper Mario they're a feature you unlock after making a bit of progress. What this meant is that until I unlocked them I could only do simple jump and hammer attacks, and I couldn't defend against attacks made against me. As a result, there isn't much to say about the early parts of the game. I basically just had to mash the A button through battles, and they weren't very difficult. After Goombario joined the party, I made my way to Toad Town. There's a boss fight on the road there and several enemies that were somewhat tough to dodge. Since I couldn't block attacks yet, I took damage in every enemy encounter, so my HP got knocked down pretty quickly. They expect you to heal up using the heart block, so this road is definitely a little more challenging than they probably ever expected. But there are plenty of items to pick up in the early areas of the game, so I was able to heal myself up when I had to. Also, in the fight against the Goomba King, I leveled up. Leveling up fully heals you just like in the 1000-Year Door. I raised HP so I'd have more to work with. After reaching Shooting Star Summit and seeing one of these, I unlocked action commands. Now that I could defend and do more damage to finish battles quicker, things became more manageable. However, unlike in the 1000-Year Door, in the first Paper Mario game you can only perform the regular guard. Super guards don't exist. So I was able to lower the damage I was taking, but I couldn't negate it completely. In a similar vein, partners also work differently in this game. They don't have their own HP, so unlike in the 1000-Year Door, they can't tank hits for you when Mario's HP gets low. I figured I'd probably have to manage Mario's HP much more carefully in this game. After heading back to Toad Town and getting the Koopa Bros out of the way, I headed
1 gorillion points! I'm the king of Rift!
Koopa joined the group, I saved Koopa Village from some fuzzies, and after some adventuring,
You don't sound like you believe it.
While in the fortress,
What if I ate some breadsticks though?
If you saw my 1000-Year Door video, then you know how powerful this is. Basically, you can jump on an enemy an infinite amount of times until you mess up the timing. Against bosses, there's actually a cap on how many times you can jump with a single power bounce, because otherwise you could just kill them in one go on turn 1. The enemies in the fortress were easy, and I got to the boss pretty fast. The Chapter 1 boss was also super easy, and there's really not much to say about it. They were able to deal some good damage, but the fight never felt out of my control, and I beat it without using any items. And with that, the first Star Spirit was saved. After one of these, the Star Spirit gave Mario the special ability Refresh, which restores 5 HP and 5 FP. This isn't as versatile as Sweet Treat from the 1000-Year Door, but it's still very helpful since it's a way to heal without wasting my limited items. On the way to the train that goes to Chapter 2, I hopped down to the sewers where I fought a blooper mini-boss for fun. This fight went very much like the Koopa Bros fight. The blooper was able to deal some good damage to me, but I won and never felt like I didn't have things under control. After that, I headed to the train and started Chapter 2. On Mount Rugged, I said hi to Waka. Just like the one in the 1000-Year Door, hitting this guy gives you a really good healing item. But that is messed up, don't do that. I said a friendly hello and headed on my way. An enemy in this area worth pointing out are the Clefts. If you watch my 1000-Year Door video, you might remember these guys. Their defense is higher than other enemies, so you can't damage them with your normal attacks at this point in the game. You have to use items or special moves to do it. In the 1000-Year Door, I usually beat these guys with super guards, but that's not an option in this game, so I tried my best to avoid them. If I ran out of FP and attack items, I would have no choice but to try recovering FP through star power, taking damage all the while, since I couldn't flee or I dropped kills.
Time to heat the breadsticks while I'm mine.
It makes it so that when I successfully guard against an attack, the damage is lowered by 2 instead of just 1. Since I can't super guard in this game, this is very valuable. On the bridge leading from Mount Rugged to Dry Desert, Buzzer. He asks for your name. If you tell him it's Mario or Peach, he fights you, but if you say you're Luigi, you can skip the battle. I decided to fight him though, for the star points and for the challenge. The fight was a lot closer than I expected, but I did manage to win. His strongest attack did 4 damage when I couldn't get out, so I made sure to keep my HP at 5 or above at all times and got through it. But on top of using the Refresh special ability, I also used up all of my healing items, which meant the desert ahead would be much harder. maybe it wasn't such a good idea to fight him. And unfortunately, there was even more bad news. Once I got to Dry Outpost at the east end of the desert, there was a point where I had no choice but to use money. To get to Mustafa here, I had to buy specific items from the shop in a specific order, much like how you get to Dom Pianta and the Thousand Year Door. I had to buy a dried shroom and a dusty hammer in that order. These cost 2 coins each, for a total of 4 coins spent in the shop. And of course, I sold the items back to the shop after I got them. I was now able to head for the ruins where the chapter boss was, but the problem was that I only had 2 HP left. This wasn't a super easy situation to get out of. The pokies here deal 2 damage per attack, so even with damage dodge equipped, missing a guard even once meant an instant KO. My plan at first was to stall in the battle against the pokies while spamming refresh to raise my HP slowly, but it wasn't working out. So I was left with no choice but to say a friendly hello to Waka as I left the desert entirely and headed all the way back to Toad Town. Just outside of town, I fought a Koopa Troopa. One jump knocks these guys over, and they don't take any damage from the jump that knocks them over. So as long as I don't do the action command, I can purposely avoid damaging him, and can make him unable to attack me. So I spent several turns knocking the Koopa Troopa over with Goombario, while Mario used Focus and Refresh. It's completely risk-free, and it let me heal all the way back to full. After that, I headed back to the desert and headed for the ruins. I avoided as many battles as I could, and whenever my HP got low, I was able to use a similar healing strategy using Refresh on the Buzzy Beetles, which work very similar to the Koopa Troopas. I also picked up the Super Hammer in the ruins, raising the power of my hammer attacks by 1. I also found a Super Block in the ruins. These blocks are what you use to upgrade your partners in this game. I upgraded Goombario, which gives him the Charge command. If you watched my 1000 Year Door video, then you'll know how much I like that command. However, you might be surprised to learn that Goombario is actually not my partner of choice in this game. I'll explain why a bit later on, but I upgraded him here because my favorite partner was not upgraded yet. At the end of the dungeon, I fought the chapter boss Tootin' Koopa. This fight wasn't too difficult. He summons a chain chop that deals decent damage, but I just focused on Tootin' Koopa since the fight ends when he's defeated. I had to use Refresh once, but I made it through just fine. And with that, the second Star Spirit was saved. After one of these, I said hello to Waka again, and then went back to town and into the forest for Chapter 3. The woods leading to Bo's mansion are a lot like the Lost Woods from Ocarina of Time. You have to take specific exits to make progress or else you get sent back to the entrance. But it's not very difficult and I made it to the mansion. While in the mansion I grabbed the super boots, raising the power of my jump attacks by 1. More importantly though, Bo joined the group. Bo is the party member I used the most in the first game for a few reasons. First, Goombario gets multi-bonk just like Goombella does in the 1000 Year Door, but the programming for Goombario is bugged. I mentioned earlier that when you use Mario's power bounce against bosses, the game puts a cap on how many times you can jump with one use of the move. This cap applies to Goombario's multi-bonk as well, except that they forgot to make the cap reset after each use. What this means is that you can basically only use multi-bonk once in a boss fight before it becomes useless, since it'll now think you're at the cap as soon as you start jumping and you'll only get 1 or 2 jumps in before it forces you to stop. You can reset it by switching partners and then switching back to Goombario, but that wastes several turns, and with that amount of wasted time, a different partner could probably do the same amount of damage he would have done. Now as for why I picked Bo specifically, I'm just a fan of her abilities. Her basic smack attack is super easy to charge and deals 6 damage when she's fully upgraded, which is more than many of the other partners. She can make Mario invincible for a turn without a sight, which is helpful for avoiding powerful attacks and especially so in a challenge like this where healing is limited. She can also scare enemies out of battle with Spook and can deal even bigger damage with Fan Smack. She's an easy partner to use with many helpful abilities. After that, I went to Tubba Blubba's castle. It's a stealth dungeon. There are a bunch of enemies here, but if you walk instead of running, you can avoid most of the fights. I only had to fight the enemies I chose to fight. I was able to avoid every single enemy I didn't want to fight. After getting what I came for and being chased out of the castle, I ran for the windmill where Tubba Blubba's heart was waiting. On my first attempt against it, I was doing well, but then I made a mistake. Since Bo is the partner you get in this chapter, some of the mechanics, including the stealth dungeon, are designed to make use of her abilities. In this fight, the heart can charge up a strong attack, and you're supposed to use out of sight to protect yourself. But I accidentally used it on a turn when it wasn't charging, so I took 12 damage with the attack and died. On my second attempt against the heart, I didn't make a mistake and did perfectly fine. After you defeat the heart, he runs away and reunites with the body, but this is basically a joke fight. Although he can deal good damage, he only lasted until turn 2, and with that, the third Star Spirit was saved. After one of these, I started heading back towards Toad Town. On the way back, there's another battle against Junior Troopa. Something I should point out is that Bo's basic smack attack is a bunch of consecutive hits for 1 damage each. I mentioned earlier that she deals 6 damage with her basic attack when fully upgraded, but that's because she does 6 attacks that do 1 damage each. While this normally doesn't mean anything, when an enemy has defense, her smack attack can't damage them. That was the case against Junior Troopa, but I still kept her in so I could use out of sight if I needed to avoid something powerful. My HP got low, but the fight was easy enough and I got through just fine. When I made it back to Toad Town, I found it overrun with Shy Guys causing mischief. Huh. Seems familiar. Before dealing with that though, I headed for Merlot's house. For 12 star pieces, I got the Heart Finder badge. If you watched my 1000 Year Door video, you'll know how useful this is. This badge makes enemies drop more hearts after battles than usual, and each heart heals 1 HP. This means that weak enemies who normally drop almost nothing now drop hearts after almost every battle, giving me another easy way to heal up when I need to, and also making it easier to stay healed up. I found out how useful this was in my 1000 Year Door playthrough, so I wanted to make sure to get it here. Although the challenge hadn't felt too difficult up to this point, healing items had been pretty scarce, my HP had been low for most of the game, so I wanted to grab this badge to make things safer going forward. After grabbing that, I hopped into the toy box and started chapter 4. Inside the toy box, I took on all of the random enemies I came across. With Heartfinder equipped, every battle dropped several hearts for me to heal with, so now I didn't have to worry so much about taking damage and could earn star points more easily as I traveled. This chapter isn't very hard overall. For the most part, it focuses on retrieving stolen items and bringing them back to their owners in Toad Town, who give you new items and clues that let you advance further in the toy box so you can get more. That's not to say it was completely easy though. Some enemy groups were difficult, and in one battle I actually fell to just 1 HP left on Mario and had to gamble on a dizzy dial stunning an enemy to give me time to heal. But those moments were few and far between, and most of the chapter went very smoothly. Later in the chapter there's a mini boss fight against the big lantern ghost. This fight is also fairly easy. I smacked the lantern a few times with Bo to light the area, attacked the ghost with Mario, and repeated. Whenever Bo took damage and got knocked out, I stalled for 1 turn and then continued the process. It wasn't very difficult. Watt joined the group after the lantern ghost fight, and with her in the group I continued. The remainder of the chapter went easily enough, and pretty soon I made it to the chapter boss, General Guy. This fight is pretty unique in that General Guy doesn't actually do any fighting himself at first, and you can't attack him either. He summons a few waves of enemies that you have to get through before he joins in. For the first part of the fight, I used Bo like normal, and got through the 3 enemy waves easily enough. Once I got to General Guy himself, I switched to Watt. General Guy is in a tank with high defense, but Watt's default attack ignores defense entirely, so she can damage him easily. I made Mario a pure healer through focus and refresh. There's a light bulb in the tank that can do a fairly powerful attack, so I took it out first, and then focused on General Guy himself. Although my HP got low, the fight never felt out of my control, and with that I saved the next Star Spirit. After one of these, I headed back to town and went for the docks. There's a club by the docks, and for some reason they decided to give it a really catchy theme, even though you never actually have to go inside.
How about a cola?
There's a whale by the docks with a fuzzipede in its stomach, so I beat it up. It's a very easy fight. You have to use Watt as your partner to light up the area so you can see it, but other than that, there's not much to this fight. This fight gave me enough star points for another level, and this level up is worth pointing out because I now had 6 unspent badge points. Now I could equip the Defend Plus badge I picked up in the toy box. This raises Mario's natural defense by 1, and since I still had damage dodge equipped, a successful guard would now block 3 damage, up from the original 1 damage. With the fuzzipede defeated, I hopped on the whale and headed for chapter 5. The first section of the island went just fine. The enemies by the shore aren't too hard and I got around just fine. After Sushi joined the party, I had to search the jungle for the Yoshi kids. There are 5 of them to find, and you have to fight enemies to make it to some of them. Thanks to Heartfinder and Defend Plus, it was a pretty easy journey. After that, I headed deeper into the jungle. Along the way, there was a mini-boss fight against 3 Piranha Plants and a Magikoopa. I entered the battle with fairly low HP, but I knew it would give me enough star points to level up, so I fired off power bounces with Mario and it was a very easy fight. A little later on, I climbed the big tree to Raphael the Raven, and he got his little ravens to build something to let Mario get to the volcano. But he also gave me the Ultra Stone. That meant that from this point on, I could upgrade my partners an additional level at Super Blocks. You might expect me to Ultra rank Bo first, but the boss in the volcano is made much easier if you Ultra rank Sushi, and I'd upgraded her to Super rank with a block earlier on in preparation for Ultra ranking her here. Although there is actually more than 1 Super Block in the volcano, so I did Ultra rank Bo as well along the way. The volcano wasn't too difficult for the most part. Some of the enemies were able to do good damage, but like with the jungle, Heartfinder, Defend Plus, and good timing on my guards kept me doing fine through most of the area. It's not that I wasn't taking any damage at all, but I had set Mario up to be durable so he could last for a long time. When my HP finally did start to get low, I used the refresh strategy to top myself back up, and that kept me in good condition all the way to the chapter boss. The chapter boss here is the Fire Piranha. The first phase of the fight is a decent challenge. The piranha itself attacks for some good damage, and the 2 smaller lava buds also do attacks of their own for a total of 3 attacks every
Guardians
turn.
of the
I had
Rift.
enough HP to survive
Nah,
some
I
turns
just
of that, but I still wanted to try finishing the phase as fast as possible before my HP got dangerously low. For the first phase, I used Bo like normal and smacked the main body until it died. Once you defeat it, it comes back for phase 2. This time, they're on fire, so many moves can't hit them. This is why I upgraded Sushi earlier. With her Ultra rank move Tidal Wave, she attacks all of them, and since it's a water attack, it does massive damage and stuns them all for a turn. Since I only had 10 FP and Tidal Wave costs 6, I used Mario to heal FP using the FP items I picked up, and Sushi used Tidal Wave on the turns where they lit back on fire. Since this strategy stuns them over and over, they can't move at all, and this phase of the fight is completely effortless. I leveled up from the boss fight, and since it was so close to its cap, I decided to upgrade HP one final time. Yes, that's right, the final time. In the first Paper Mario game, unlike the Thousand Year Door, your level caps at 27, and each stack can only be upgraded so far. You can only upgrade HP and FP to 50, and you can only upgrade BP to 30. Using badges, you can raise HP and FP past those limits a bit, but I knew that there would come a point where I couldn't get any stronger for what was coming up. In a normal playthrough, I wouldn't prioritize HP over FP and BP, but since I couldn't easily restore HP without the refresh strategy and I couldn't prepare good inventories for boss fights, I wanted to have as much HP as I could. And on the topic of HP, I got something helpful at this point. For saving the next Star Spirit, I got the special ability Smooch. This costs 3 star power instead of Refresh's cost of just 1, but it restores 20 HP instead of just 5 HP, which is really good. From this point on, Smooch became my HP healing option of choice, but I still made use of Refresh when I wanted to recover FP. During one of these, I got a last stand badge as Peach and put it in the magical chest. This chest is linked to the one at Shooting Star Summit, so I can put items I get as Peach inside this chest and get them as Mario. Why she doesn't get in there herself, I don't know. This badge makes it so that when Mario is under 5 HP, he takes half damage. So if I ever got into danger, I'd have even better defense to hopefully make it easier to get out of the situation. I headed for the chest and collected it, along with the other items I put in there as Peach and forgot to collect. Then I headed over to the Toad Town Gardens and started Chapter 6. The flower fields weren't too difficult to start. Some of the enemies were annoying when they put Mario to sleep, but it wasn't anything crazy. After making progress for a while, I reached the first mini-boss fight, which is a fight against some Lakitus and Spinies. But this is one of those cases where I only call it a mini-boss fight because it has the mini-boss music. It wasn't hard at all. I took out the Lakitus, then took out the Spinies, and that was it. There really isn't much to say, it was a very easy fight. A little later on, I encountered the next mini-boss, Michael. Just like the previous mini-boss, Michael isn't too tough. He was able to do some damage, but it only took a few turns to take him out. After defeating him, he joined the group as the final party member. After a bit more running around, I faced the third mini-boss fight of the chapter, another group of Lakitus. After defeating them, I broke the machine covering the area in clouds, which opened the way to the chapter boss. While in the area leading to the boss, I picked up the Super Jump Charge badge. This is a lot like Charge from the 1000-Year Door, but it only affects jump attacks. Using it, I can charge up as many times in a row as I want, and the power of my next jump attack will increase by 3 each time I do. However, it costs 4 FP per use, which meant it wasn't very useful with the limited FP I had at this point. The chapter boss is Huff and Puff. This fight is kind of annoying. With every point of damage he takes, a smaller enemy will pop off of him. These smaller enemies attack as a group, and you tap A to get out, so they only do 2 damage per go, which is totally fine. Huff and Puff also has an attack where he blows smog at you, and you tap A for that one too, so it only deals 2 or 3 damage. The part that's annoying is that Huff and Puff can absorb the smaller enemies, healing 1 HP for each. You can also charge up and do a stronger lightning attack the following turn. The approach I ended up using was to smack with bow, and then use the Starstorm special ability or an attack item with Mario to defeat all the smaller enemies at once while also dealing damage to Huff and Puff. The additional damage Huff and Puff took from Starstorm made a few new small enemies appear, but it meant he'd be healing for less HP than the damage I'd done. Whenever he charged a lightning attack, I used out of sight with bow to avoid it. Sometimes if I didn't have enough star power to use Starstorm, I'd just attack with bow and focus with Mario, and hope that Huff and Puff wouldn't heal that turn. This strategy worked, and I took down his HP slowly but surely, right up until the final phase. Now I could have tried to fight again, maybe with Michael as my partner, or maybe after healing up a bit more, or maybe using a different approach. I could have done that, but there's something I haven't mentioned yet. In this area of Flower Fields, Amazy Daisies appear. These give out a massive amount of star points when you defeat them. And unlike in the 1000-Year Door, in this game they're extremely easy to find. All you have to do is come in and out of this area to see if one appears. These things have a lot of HP and they usually run away very quickly, so you have to act fast. To defeat them, I equipped the Power Rush and the Mega Rush badges, and then ran into the thorns over and over until my HP dropped to 1. Power Rush increases Mario's attack by 2 when his HP is 5 or below, and Mega Rush increases it by 4 when he's at 1 HP. So at 1 HP, his attack power gets boosted by 6. This made defeating them with Power Bounce much easier. Whenever I leveled up, I dropped my HP to 1 again and continued the process. Since there's a level cap in this game, you can't get insanely overpowered like you can in the 1000-Year Door, so I decided I might as well go for the level cap right then, since it wasn't like I was going to have a better way of leveling later on. So I did just that, and trained my way up to level 27. After I finished leveling up, I headed back to Toad Town. I was planning to fight a weak enemy and use star power to heal up, but then I noticed Kemp C. Koopa was blocking the way to Koopa Village. This guy is very much like Gus from the 1000-Year Door. He blocks the path and only lets you pass if you pay him or defeat him. Unlike Gus though, this guy is actually a powerful boss. I gave it a try for fun and lost, and I decided it wasn't worth the effort. So I did my healing using an enemy on the path to Goomba Village instead. The fact that I didn't completely destroy Kent C. Koopa probably shows how getting to max level in this game doesn't really mean you're overpowered. After healing up, I returned to the Flower Field and challenged Huff and Puff again. Now that I had so much more FP, I was able to take advantage of the Super Jump Charge badge, and so I approached the fight in a similar way to how I approach many of the 1000-Year Doors bosses. I spent every turn charging with Mario while Bo did nothing. I intentionally avoided attacking with bows that Huff and Puff's smaller clouds wouldn't appear, eliminating his healing and the swarm attack. Whenever Huff and Puff charged his lightning attack, I used out of sight with Bo to avoid it. As I mentioned in my first attempt, most of Huff and Puff's moves don't really do much damage, so I didn't have to worry about healing. I charged until I was almost out of FP, and then went in with the power bounce. Destroying him in one go like that also let me avoid the final phase attack that killed me the first time around. By defeating him, I saved the next Star Spirit. After one of these, I headed for the Toad Town sewers to reach the next chapter. I also got the Ultra Boost while down there, raising the power of Mario's jump attacks by 1. After that, I headed off to Shiver City for Chapter 7. This chapter starts off with a murder. After Mario killed the person who falsely accused him of killing, I made my way east out of town where I fought Junior Troopa again. I hadn't healed up before heading out there, so I started the fight pretty drained. I used the Jam and Jelly to restore 50 FP, and then charged until I was down to just 2 HP. Then I used out of sight with Bo to give myself one more turn to charge, and followed up with a power bounce that took him out. After that, I returned to the Toad Town sewers and used the closest shortcut pipe. I fought an enemy to heal using star power, and then headed back to Shiver City. Further outside of town, I fought Monstar. This is basically a free fight though, and I took no damage at all. As I made my way up the mountain and through the Crystal Palace, I had to deal with a bunch of duplicos. They transform into your partners, and you have to figure out who the real one is. Once you get it right, the fake ones fight you, and during the battle they morph into your active partner. At the start of each fight, I swapped to Bo. She was my usual partner, of course, but there's actually another big reason to pick her here. Because the duplicos morph into your partner, they also attack like your partner does. I mentioned earlier in the game that Bo's smack attack does several hits for 1 damage each, which means she can't damage enemies with defense. Because Mario had 1 extra point of natural defense thanks to the Defend Plus badge, the Bo Duplighost can't damage him at all. None of the fights in the palace were very challenging, and pretty soon I made it to the Crystal King. My HP, FP, and star power were drained, but I decided to give the fight a try anyway to see how I do. Fortunately, it was a very easy fight. The Crystal King starts the battle with 3 crystal bits around him. On his first turn he shoots them at Mario, and on his second turn he summons 3 new ones. Then on his next turn he shoots them again. This repeats infinitely until he starts taking some damage, so after using a Jam and Jelly to restore 50 FP, I could charge with Mario as much as I wanted, and completely avoid the damage by using out of sight with Bo every second turn. After repeating that for a few turns he went down very easily, and with that the final Star Spirit was saved. After one of these it was finally time to head for Bowser, but before I did that I had some other things I wanted to take care of. This game doesn't have anything as challenging as the Pit of 100 Trials, but it does still have some optional battle challenges to take on. First, I headed back to Kent C. Koopa. He disrespected Mario earlier, and now he was gonna pay the price. Earlier I said I didn't try this fight again because it wasn't worth the effort. That's because this fight is actually incredibly easy if you know what you're doing, and I just didn't feel like going through the process before this point. I entered the battle with Goombario as my partner. Kent C. Koopa works like the Koopa Troopas, so I used Goombario to knock him onto his back. Mario followed up with the Lullaby special ability. This guy is vulnerable to sleep, so once you do this, you've basically already won. He goes to sleep for 4 turns, so I charged with Mario for 3 turns, and then did a power bounce on the 4th. Once he wakes up, he's stuck on his back for a turn since he's still knocked over, so I used Lullaby again and put him out for another 4 turns. Rinse and repeat, and he never gets back up after he first goes down, and the fight is effortless. After healing up off a weak enemy outside of town, I headed for the dojo. The dojo is this game's closest equivalent to the Pit of 100 Trials, in the sense that it's this game's big optional test of strength. This place has a few fights you can do, and each one you win raises your rank and earns you a certificate proving you won. There's no reward for doing this besides being able to show off to a few NPCs, but it's a fun challenge, so I thought I should attempt it. The dojo had been available for a long time at this point, so the first few battles were super easy. The first fight was against Chan, who flips over when jumped on, making him an easy win. The second fight was against Lee. He's a Duplighost, so he copies Bo, and you know what happens there. The third fight is against the Dojo Master. He was the first one who actually managed to damage me, but he still went down very easily. For the fourth fight, the Dojo Master gets good and powers out. This was another simple fight. He dealt a lot of damage, but it wasn't enough to take me down before I charged enough to take him down with a power bounce. After healing up off an enemy outside of town, I came back for the 5th and final fight. This is another fight against the Master's stronger form, except he's even better now for some reason. This is one of the game's hardest fights. In this fight, he has 99 HP and 10 attack, and he also has defense, meaning Bo's normal smack attack doesn't hit. I kept her in for out of sight though. My strategy for the fight was fairly simple. I charged with Mario every turn, and Bo used out of sight every turn she could. When she uses out of sight, she's unable to act on the next turn, so basically I was invincible every second turn. The Master does ridiculous damage, but thanks to out of sight I was able to survive long enough to use up most of my FP, and the power bounce was able to defeat him. And with that, the game's optional battle challenge was complete. Bowser is toast. After healing up off a weak enemy outside of town again, I headed for Shooting Star Summit. On the way there, I swung by Merlot's house and grabbed the Peekaboo badge by trading him some star pieces. This lets me see enemy HP without using Tattle. I like this because it gives me a little bit of extra information to strategize around. If my HP is low in a boss fight, I'll usually try to heal up, but if I can see the boss's HP is almost gone, it might be better to just finish them off quickly. After making my way to Star Haven, the Star Spirits gave me the power to counteract Bowser's Star Rod, so I made my way to the castle for the final chapter. The castle is full of obstacles and traps, so you have to do a lot of puzzle solving to make your way through. The first mini-boss fight is against 3 Koopa trolls and a Magic Koopa, but I used the up and away special ability to win the battle instantly. I approached most of the battles in the castle this way. A little later on, I reached some bullet bill blasters. These shoot out bullet bills, and then the bullet bills attack and destroy themselves every second turn. So these battles gave me a chance to completely heal and recover star power for up and away, while using out of sight with bow every second turn to completely avoid taking damage. Using up and away and avoiding enemies where I could, I made it through most of Bowser's castle very easily. Towards the end of the castle, there's a fight against some Duplighosts. As usual, they were completely useless against me once they morphed into bow, so it gave me plenty of time to heal up again using star power. In the very next room, I had to do the final fight against Junior Troopa. Throughout the game, he used many different forms across the different battles, and in this battle he changes between those forms as he takes damage. So of course, all I had to do was charge until my FP was almost gone, and then destroy him with a power bounce in one go, completely skipping the more difficult stages of the fight. After that, the way to Peach's castle was open. Peach's castle is where the final boss fights happen, and my HP and FP were drained, so I used the items I picked up to heal. There were only 2 more boss fights left, and you get fully healed for the second one, so I wasn't too worried. Even using these items, I still had plenty I could use during the final battle if I needed to. The first Bowser fight in the castle was pretty easy. He was able to deal good damage though, and sometimes he would use the Star Rod to power himself up. Whenever he did, I used the new Star Beam special ability to remove the buff. He did good damage even without the buff, but as usual, Charge and Power Bounce got me the win after a few turns. After beating him here, he moves a few rooms ahead, where the real final battle takes place. I didn't bother healing up for the first phase of this fight, because it's a scripted battle that only lasts for a few turns before I get healed and phase 2 begins. I used out of sight with bow over and over to make sure I wouldn't get defeated and waste a life room before the final phase. After a few turns, it switches over to Peach and Twink, who fight Kammy Koopa. After they won, Mario got healed and the real final battle began. The final battle was pretty difficult. I started the fight like normal. I charged until I was almost out of FP and then used Power Bounce. But for some reason, even though the Star Rod's buff wasn't active, it still hardly did any damage. So from that point on, I stopped charging and just used Power Bounce every turn with Mario. I had 2 life shrooms on me, so I decided to let my HP drop to 0 twice so I could start the battle focused on offense. Once the life shrooms were used up, I used the Ultra Shroom I picked up in the castle to fill my HP back to full. I had Bow out for a while at first, but ultimately decided to switch to Bombette. Bowser has defense, so Bow couldn't do damage. Out of sight had been helpful many times throughout the game, but since Bowser had so much HP and my normal Mario strategy wasn't very effective in this fight, I wanted help to get through his HP. Bombette's bomb attack could deal up to 5 damage per go, depending on how much I tapped the A button. So now I was dealing a total of about 10 damage per turn. Eventually my HP was starting to get low again, but I was out of HP healing items. I still had 2 jam and jellies I'd picked up throughout the game, so I could still recover 100 FP, but my only option for healing HP at this point were special abilities. Eventually, I decided to just use Focus and Smooch with Mario while Bombette did the damage. Bowser's attacks were strong, and he can heal for 30 HP several times. There were points where I only survived because he decided to use a weaker attack than he could have, giving me just enough time to sneak in another heal. Because it was so tight, it made sense to be working towards another heal at all times. And you know what? None of that mattered at all, because with 10 HP left on Bowser, he got me. On my next attempt, I unequipped the Super Jump Charge badge since it didn't seem very useful in that fight. In its place, I equipped another Deep Focus badge and a Close Call badge. Close Call makes it possible for enemy attacks to completely miss when Mario's HP is 5 or lower, which could save me in a tight spot. Deep Focus makes me gain more star power when I use Focus. I had 3 Deep Focus badges equipped at this point, so each use of Focus would give me a lot of star power, which I hope would let me heal more easily. I stuck with Bow for the first part of the fight so I could use out of sight to avoid wasting life shrooms like the first time. Once I made it to the second phase, I immediately swapped to Bombette. My approach for the fight was pretty similar to the first time. I let Mario get defeated twice to use up my life shrooms before I started healing so I could focus on offense. With Mario and Bombette both attacking, Bowser took a good 8 to 10 damage each turn. The biggest difference was that in my first attempt, I kept Bow in for quite a while before I switched, so by the time I started using Bombette, my HP and healing options were already limited. This time I brought Bombette out from the start, so I was able to start dealing good damage right from the get-go. That was actually all I needed to make a difference this time. Using basically the same approach as the first time, the extra damage from Bombette helped me win before Bowser could take me out. The fight still took a while because of Bowser's high HP and healing, but I did manage to win this time. And with that, the adventure is over. You can indeed beat Paper Mario without spending money, besides when you absolutely have to at least. Mario can enjoy the party at the end.
Okay, I kind of remember this from last year. Flipping in the first hour, a little difficult. Nobody has any gold. Most people are kind of off just doing quests anyway, so the flow of items is kind of slow, barring a few. Things like Dragon Bones, Law Runes, those are still quite in demand. Staffs of Fire, we're kind of trying to flip those. But in hindsight, maybe it would have been better to kind of go out with my immunity, do a couple things for an hour, then come back and start flipping, but we'll keep that in mind for next time. Okay, so it's actually been a couple hours. We've had little success so far on early game resource items, but now we're gonna move on to some sigils. For example, here we just bought the Sigil of Slaughter for 3,000, and I'm hoping we can resell it maybe for 2 or 3 times. We're gonna try for 12,000. I'm sure eventually it'll sell for that much, it's just really how long are we gonna wait. We also picked ourselves up a Sigil of Versatility. Now one thing I just want to mention is I actually joined a couple random swapping clans. Wouldn't necessarily recommend them, I haven't even tried. I was just in there to see what the swap rate was going for over the course of the day, just because I think it's kind of useful information. Over about 3 hours, we worked our way up to about 150k cash stack. Pretty dang slow, we've only made 100k in about 3 hours, but the economy is so fresh. Okay, there we go. I actually bought a pretty expensive sigil, the Sigil of Meticulous Mage, an early game mage sigil that I think is quite strong. We're gonna try selling it for a 10k profit, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider like the potential swap rates of everything, that might be like a few mil in profit at this point. Hey, there we go, we sold it, 10k profit. Okay, now we're talking. That's actually some decent money. I think sigils are the way to go right now. Okay, there's another flip on the Sigil of Formidable Fighter, kind of similar, but the melee variant. Sold it for 32k, bought it for 21, so like another 10k profit. I think the buy-in limit on these things are 10, so we can do about 10 of each one every 4 hours. Which I think we should really try to push for if we can. Okay, we just sold a Sigil of Slaughter for 12,000. We bought it for 3,000, so we just like 4x'd our money on that. Quite a good return. Ooh, 2 sales is coming through. Another 10k on the Meticulous Mage, and another 8k on the Sigil of Slaughter. We're kind of figuring things out here. Flipping sigils, definitely the way to go on day 1, I think. Okay, we just sold a Sigil of the Formidable Fighter for 75k, bought it for 41, so that's like a 35k profit on a single sigil. Really, really good. Oh, another huge flip coming in. 2 Sigils of Death Strike sold for 70k. We bought them for 42, so that's a 80k profit just on those 2 sigils. Absolutely massive, and I think that was our best flip to date so far. Okay, we're finally branching out a little bit from sigils. We're gonna try some rune armor. This stuff is really expensive compared to the main game right now. Like rune plate legs are going for 67k. We bought them for 57 though, so that's a 10k profit per rune plate legs. And this is actually really promising because these have a buy-in limit of 70, which means we theoretically could make upwards of 700k just from a single item flip. Now with Deadman mode, you really have to keep on top of what items are in demand at the time. Sure, rune plate legs might be the hottest item right now as people progress through the early into the mid game, but later on, maybe not so much. You really have to be on top of how items are entering the game, when they're entering the game, and when it's safe to try to buy and sell things or when they'd be a little precarious. Ooh, look at that. Everything is sold off. All the rune plate legs, that's like another 70k in profit. We actually flipped a sigil of the stamina, our most expensive sigil by far, for a 40k profit as well. And more importantly, if we go ahead and claim everything, we're over $1 million cash on the first day of Deadman mode. Not too bad, considering we were 100% safe here. No one could ever kill us, but we still got a little time left today. Okay, I think this is going to be the last clip of today. We ended up flipping a lot of rune items and sigils today primarily. All in all, we brought our cash check up to about 2 mil, but we are making a bit of an investment overnight. We're going to try buying some sigils of the Light Bearer. It's quite an expensive sigil, 275k for that thing, by far our most expensive one. We're going to try selling them overnight for 600k and see if we get lucky on it. I expect it's quite good. It does actually stack with the regular Light Bearer as well, and I think over time it'll probably gain a lot of value. And on top of that, we're also going to try to snipe ourselves a Sigil of Last Recall for 525k. I think this thing will definitely go up in value. Hopefully we can buy it overnight, and as people get more cash, these sigils will hopefully spike a lot. So that's the end of day one. Okay, so it's the next morning. Interesting news, not exactly good. We bought 4 Sigil of Light Bearers overnight. I got a little too invested in this item, I would say. We bought them all for 300,000 each, roughly. Overnight, they dropped to pretty much this price, and I might be stuck with them for a while, hopefully not too long. I wish we had bought the Sigil of Last Recall instead. That has actually gone up a lot. Unfortunately, we might just have to sit on this item for a while. We'll try to make our money back though pretty quickly. Okay, so because it's day 2, for most of the morning, I've been trying to flip items I think people are gonna want right now. Mystic Robe Tops, Dragon Plate Legs, Dragon Daggers, kind of staple mid-game, you know, day 2 kind of items. We've had a decent amount of success. We've grown our cash stack up to about 3 mil, but now we're moving on to some bigger ticket flips. Black Masks are entering the game right now, and there's a lot of money I think to be made on this item. We bought one already for $1 mil. Pretty big investment considering our cash stack's only like 3 mil. But we're gonna try to sell it for a 300k profit, which would be by far our biggest flip. I'm excited. We're also gonna try to buy an Ancient Staff. In the main game, these are really, really cheap, but because there's no easy way to get them and the Deadman mode economy is so new, they're going for like 300,000, 400, 500,000. They're incredibly expensive. Oh, look at that, that's so exciting. 300k profit on the Black Mask, absolutely massive. That eclipses our best flip by a significant amount. We're gonna go ahead and try to buy another one right away. On top of that, we also bought the Ancient Staff for 275k. I feel like I could get burned on this item, but we're gonna give it a try. Oh my god, there's another Black Mask flip, another 300k right in our pocket. That's 600k already. Okay, so there we go. We finally sold off the Ancient Staff. Took a while, but we ended up getting a 120k profit on that as well. Very, very good considering its price point. We got like a 33% return, not bad. And we'll try to repeat mainly these 2 items. We have some other stuff going on, but to be honest, it's kind of peanuts in comparison at this point. There we go. Another Ancient Staff sold, another 100k in profit, more or less. Easy, easy money. And if we look at our Grand Exchange, it looks like we're up to 6 mil, although that's a little inflated because we're desperately still holding on to hope that we can sell these Light Bearers in the corner. We'll see though. Boom, another Black Mask sale. That's our 4th one for another 300k profit. Huge money on these things right now. They're entering the game slowly still, but more and more people are getting high enough Slayer level to kill cave horrors, so they are coming into the game at a pretty decent rate. Oh my god, you're joking me. So I have an alt account. I was kind of just thinking of doing some Temporos on, maybe work up to fishing sharks, maybe hopefully we can get a rare item. We got the goddamn tackle box. Well, not much we can do with that. Oh my god, that guy just got absolutely demolished. I'm glad that wasn't me. But not destroyed quite as hard as the tanks in War Thunder, today's video sponsor. War Thunder has incredibly authentic sound effects and honestly a really good free bonus pack, including multiple premium vehicles, premium.
Clink, 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 clink,
Clink, clink, clink, clink, clink, clink. Oh, hey, it's Arkansas here. Did I get my monkey drop? No.
No. No.
But I got a 1 out of 1,000 drop. It's Urja. Got Zarkanza's jaw.
Save up to 30% on new subs until 10-1, presented by Teamfight Tactics. This is advanced Twitch shilling.
Did Zarkanza already leave? I only missed him by like 10 minutes.
Already then? It takes him like 3 seconds.
Fair.
You should be surprised if he disappears when you respond immediately. Maybe surprised.
Look, I was spooting up a new video. I love my big pouch. It's so big. What if your pouch was a big Pokemon? Kanza didn't see my title doesn't have gorilla in it, which means I obviously don't want to talk about the gorilla in the room. Is the gorilla in the room with me right now? Yes, he is. Get the gorilla away from
What's laughing at you? You will never have the Zentai gem.
It's not a Zentai, it's a Zenyte. It's not a Bendic gem, it doesn't give any approval.
You will never have a new bright gem.
That's still not what it's called. You're still wrong.
Counts, boosters, and much more came from breaches, and there's only been a couple of those so far. The interesting thing about that is whenever a breach happens, a bunch of these will probably get dumped on the Grand Exchange all at once. So it might be a good opportunity to try to snipe them for a really low amount around the time that the breaches happen, and then sell them for more later on. Okay, so we got some good news here. We finally sold off the Sigils of the Lightbearer. We're taking a loss on them, but I don't care. I just want the money. Who needs it? On top of that, we also got a flip on the Corrupted Armadil Godsword. Bought them for $351, sold them for $435. Only a 70k profit, but it was very quick, and I think we should be able to do that 10 times, more or less. God, we just sold a Ancient Staff for 500k. That's massive. We bought them for $275, so that's a 225k profit on an Ancient Staff. Pretty much doubled our money. The economy is so whack, it's insane. We also finally sold off our Dragon Claws for $840, which isn't much of a profit, but hey, we didn't lose money at least. Okay, we have a couple offers in here for some interesting items. Corrupted Voidwaker, hopefully we can get one of those. And an item we actually did end up buying, the Durox Plate Legs. Barrow's items are really slow to come into the game right now. There's not many of them. We bought some tank legs though for $570. I think that's quite a good deal actually. If we're patient, I think we should be able to sell it for a decent amount more. There we are, Durox Plate Legs sold for $850. Pretty solid 200k profit. Oh, we finally got it. The Corrupted Voidwaker. I am pretty excited about this item. I think a lot of people are going to want it. We're going to try selling it for 1.5 mil and kind of test the waters with that. That didn't take long at all. We sold it already for around a 250k profit. I didn't even realize this, but GE Tracker has the Deadman mode prices on it, which means we're able to look at price histories for items in Deadman mode. Super nifty, because price checking items in this game mode is literal roulette. You could easily get burned on one of these more expensive ones, so not worth doing. So that is going to be, I think, it for day number 2. We're ending the day with about 8.3 mil, although we did something really dumb. Apparently some of the tier 1 sigils you can't sell back on the Grand Exchange. Like the sigil the Pharaoh Fighter that we bought for 800k. That's just dead weight in the inventory. I don't know how to get this off this account. We'd have to level up the account, which would be risky. So it's just more dead space in your inventory. I'm not really sure what sigils you're not allowed to sell back. I think it's just a starter 3. Goddamn. Overnight, we're gonna try to snipe a couple pretty expensive items. See if we get lucky. We're gonna try to buy the Stadius's Warhammer, a Black Mask, the Corrupted Voidwaker, maybe a Corrupted Twisted Bow. Leave the offers in overnight, see if we can snipe anything. I'm excited. On to day 3. Okay, so we actually bought a lot of the things we put the offers in for. I'm probably most excited for the Stadius's Warhammer. We bought it for 2.8 mil, and I think that was a really good deal. We should hopefully be able to sell it for a decent amount more than that. We're gonna try for 4.3, which would be almost a 1.5 mil profit, by far our biggest profit to date. We'll see if we can sell it for that much, I have no idea. We grabbed the Voidwaker for a mil overnight as well. We're gonna try to sell that back for 1.4. And we got some Tank Barrows pieces as well, that if we sell everything for the price we hope for, then we'll be at more than a 10 mil cash stack. Okay, we had to lower the price a little bit on the Warhammer, but really not a big deal. Still a 1.1 mil profit in Deadman mode. We also just sold our Voidwaker as well. The Deadman mode weapons are now coming to the game pretty quickly. There's Vesta's spears, Vesta's longswords in the game, and of course the Warhammers. I think that's where a lot of the money is going to be made this Deadman mode, so we want to try to build up our cash stack as quickly as possible so we can start flipping things like VLSs. So there's another Warhammer flip. We bought it for 3.6 mil, sold it for 4.3. Not quite as good as the last one, but still incredibly good. That's still a 700k profit in just 20-30 minutes. We're gonna try to repeat that one a couple times. The prices change really quickly in Deadman mode. Our Voidwaker went up 500k somehow, so we were able to sell that for a 500k profit, kind of out of nowhere. Now notice the Vesta's spear actually is not that expensive, only 1.4 mil for it, so we're gonna try buying one of those right now. We have a couple other offers in for Barrows items, some of the corrupted weaponry, but we'll see what actually works here. Okay, so bad news, we had to sell the Vesta's spear for I think 100k loss, but the good news is I was able to pool my money and we're able to afford a VLS. The Vesta's longsword I think is going to be one of the most expensive and highly traded items in the game. It has a buy limit of 10, which means every 4 hours, ideally I would try to hit the buy limit for the Vesta's longsword. We bought one for 9.1 mil, kind of pricey for this point in Deadman mode, but we're going to try selling this for 10.4 mil, which would be over a mil profit. Okay, 20 minutes later and we have a beautiful sale. Vesta's longsword going in for 10.4 mil, which is a 1.2 mil profit in 20 minutes in Deadman mode. That's really good. Okay, another interesting item. We just bought the Zuriel staff. Bought it for 2.2 mil. Unfortunately, the Vesta's longsword didn't buy again. So we're moving on to another Deadman mode exclusive item, the Zuriel staff. We're gonna try selling it for just a 500k profit, but if you consider the money we invested, that's actually pretty reasonable. So we were able to sell it, but only for 2.4 mil, so not really that big of a profit. One thing I have been doing while I was waiting though is flipping these rune pouch nodes. We were buying them for 200k, selling them for 267. Every 10 of these we were selling, we're getting 600k profit, and they buy and sell really quickly. I mean, we've already flipped 14 of them, so that's like 800k profit, plus we have another 20 to sell. And if you look at the offers and our inventory, you can see that we are now at a 20 mil cash stack. But with that, that is going to be the end of day number 3. Oh my god, what just happened? Dear, we just dropped a tome of water in the GE and it sold for 2.2 mil. We bought this thing for like 800k. I have no idea what happened there. The item price just shot up. We just made 1.5 mil on a tome of water. Sold it for 3 times what we bought it for almost. That's Deadman mode for you. Another item that is incredibly expensive in Deadman mode, the Uncharged Trident. Like, it's literally the same cost as a Zuriel Staff, which is on these 3 a 800k profit. Not bad at all. So today we've been really focused on the Vesta's Longsword. We flipped I think 10 of them throughout the day. You can see we have a lot of sales right here. Most of them ranging from 400k profit, but some as high as 800. We flipped Vesta's Spears, Berserker Rings, but it's now 9 p.m, pretty much the end of day 4, and our cash stack has grown all the way up to 40 mil. We had a really good day. We finally have enough money to work with to buy most items, but not everything. Okay, we got a big purchase coming through. I was looking through some of the slower sellers and we put some offers in for items that there are very few of in the game right now. One of those being the Ring of Suffering. We bought one for 12.2 mil, a really expensive item in Deadman mode right now. I'm a little nervous about this because there's not many traded. The prices are totally up in the air. We're gonna try selling it though for 18, which is almost a 6 mil profit. I have no idea if that's gonna work. But there's barely anyone selling these, so we might just be able to sell it for whatever we want, assuming someone wants to pay that much, of course. Oh, hell yes, look at that. We actually sold it. Only took about 40 minutes as well, and we're able to sell the Ring of Suffering for 18 mil, which is a 5.6 mil profit. By far our biggest one to date. Huge profit on the Ring of Suffering. I'm hoping we can try to do that again, but I have no idea if I can repeat that or not. Well, of course, I got to try it. Okay, no luck on the Ring of Suffering, still haven't bought it. I was actually able to flip a Toxic Blowpipe though. Probably more impressive than that though is the flip we actually got on the Sigil of Prosperity. We sold it for 11 mil, bought it for 9 or something? Yeah, so that's a 2 mil profit on the Sigil of Prosperity. The benefit of Deadman mode is things are often going up in price as the gold inflates the economy, so you're probably on paper not going to lose out on many flips. Oh my god, we left for a couple hours, we come back, literally everything has come through. Another massive flip on the Ring of Suffering. We didn't get quite as high a profit as last time, but still over a 2.5 mil profit, which is gigantic. We ended up buying a Light Bearer for 4.2. We're gonna just get crazy because we're leaving this thing overnight. We're gonna put it in for almost 8 mil. No idea if that's gonna work, but if it's gonna work anywhere, it's gonna be in Deadman mode. We got a Serpentine Helm for over 8 mil. A little nervous about this one, but again, we're gonna try to put it in overnight for nearly a 3 mil profit. But if you look at what we're trying to sell everything for, we are up to a whopping 88.8 mil in our Grand Exchange offers. If everything sells for this amount, which I'm hoping it will, but I'm nervous it won't. Okay, good news. More or less everything sold off. We're able to sell the Light Bearer for a pretty solid profit of 1.8 mil. The Serpentine we're able to sell for over a 3 mil profit. Super good on that one. And we're able to sell 2 VLSs for about 1.5 mil profit. All in all, we're at an 86 mil cash stack right now on day 6. Oh man, that's an expensive sigil, but we sold it off for 28 mil, a Sigil of Aggression. So that's 2.7 mil on a Sigil of Aggression. These things are really precarious, so I don't know if I want to flip this too much more. It's all over the place right now. That's massive. That's bringing us up to like a 95 mil cash stack. We're so close to 100 mil right now. I think that will be it. I think we've done it. It took 6 days, but after claiming everything, we'll dump these black masks. We're up to 101.7 mil cash stack in Deadman mode. We finished this on Wednesday, and Deadman mode started on Friday, so only about 5-6 days, and we already surpassed 100 mil. Now we could keep going, of course, and maybe I will still do some flipping, but I think at this point I'm ready to cash out. I wasn't sure how far I was going to go or when I was going to swap it. The swap rates right now are 1 to 3, which is 300 mil in the main game. I would be happy with that. If we'd been able to do a little bit better, hit this 100 mil earlier, we could have made 600, 700 mil, but it's hard. But if there's another Deadman mode in the near future and I don't forget everything I've learned from this one, I think we could do it and make it like an absolute bandit. So yeah, that's how I made 100 mil without ever leaving the safe zone in Deadman mode. I can't think of another way you can actually get away with this. We didn't interact with a single PKer, we didn't do any PVM, we didn't do any skilling. We just sat at the Grand Exchange, never left, made 100 mil. Anyway guys, hope you enjoyed the video, and of course don't forget to check out War Thunder and take part in some incredibly immersive vehicle battles. Click the link in my description to download the game and receive your large bonus pack. Thanks again for watching guys, and I'll see you next time. Now before I go here, I want to give a giant thank you to all of my members over on YouTube. Thank you so much to Alejandra, Mitch Reinders, The Hybrid...
No.
Yeah, when you have a movie with so much Christmas stuff in it, and then I guess the joke is just, it looks like Santa, but he's fighting.
Yeah.
It's not much of a joke.
Yeah.
He gives him a gift that warms his heart, and then Nosferatu melts because his heart got warm by the gift.
Or no, he gives a gift, it magically appears, and it floats over to Bad Santa, and then Bad Santa opens the lid on the gift, and just a fist comes out.
Yeah, sure.
That would be hilarious.
Santa would defeat someone using Santa magic or powers.
Sure.
I think they're going for, haha, isn't it absurd that Santa's using kung fu?
Yeah, but that's
Which is like...
that's a 1 second joke, not a 5-minute joke.
Santa. Kick his ass, Santa.
That made me laugh. Little tiny typical laugh. Kick his motherfucking ass. It's in one thing right.
One successful joke.
It made me laugh.
So generally speaking, this was a bad movie, but I still want to give it credit for trying.
Yeah.
It tried.
Their heart was in the right place.
Yeah.
They had lots and lots and lots of Christmas stuff, which is always my complaint about any sort of like holiday-themed horror movie.
For sure.
Is that a lot of times the holiday is sort of incidental.
Yeah, this was absolutely not. This was 100%. The MacGuffin was Rudolph's nose. Like, there's tons of Christmas stuff in it, and they really went for it. I appreciate that. It wasn't good, but I appreciate that they went for it and tried, and they made it all the way to 75 minutes.
No, this is longer than that.
No, it's not.
Oh, no, it's 75. Okay. Oh, that's right, because we joked that the running time is like the shortest that we've ever done, but it felt twice as long.
It was as long as The Uninvited in my heart, maybe longer.
You know what though? Relatively speaking, this movie has gone up a few pegs. Just relatively speaking.
I don't know. I don't think I would agree.
Yeah.
Where the script and had it been done differently, moved things around, paced out better, better performances,
actors.
better shot.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you know, but it's just like, it's just falling on its face the whole time.
I can completely see in my head what this movie should be versus what it is. Yeah.
I still wouldn't, even if it was done flawlessly, it's still not my kind of movie.
Sure. A little too, like, you got the ninja nuns at the end.
It's
Too wacky.
A little too wacky.
May I help you, ladies?
Vow of silence.
Wait, I gotta see if they do the gong every time they cut back to them. No? Okay.
Like, isn't it crazy that 3 nuns showed up? And I think they had porn stars play the nuns, because their names, one of them had 3 X's in the name.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they highlighted them.
Oh.
You know how like you're
dialogue.
sleazy, like, I don't know, Lloyd Kaufman's or people like that.
Yeah.
Makes you want to
Ron Jeremy shows up in a lot of B movies.
Yes, it's that kind of mentality where
Sure.
it's like, we got Ron Jeremy to say one line.
Ginger Lynn's the newscaster.
A medical discovery by the world-renowned Dr. Lucas of Grizzly Flats.
Things. Yeah.
And that could have been what that was, except they would have been maybe regionally known as porn stars.
I'm speculating. They may not have been porn stars.
Is there regional Maryland porn?
She's been to the Maryland porn scene.
I just like to hear the accents when they're going at it.
I got this one hot movie where she covered her breast in clam chowder.
Deep in downtown Balmer.
Yeah, I hate that, like, look at us, we have these crazy elements in our movie, and it's
Yeah.
so over the...
Jesus is in a death metal band, and then he has.
If it's really
part
clever and funny,
vampire.
you can make it work, but...
And that's the thing, like,
It has to be, like, James Gunn clever
yeah,
writing.
but even
you
still,
know what I
like,
mean?
again, if we were redoing that, we'd take a lot of that stuff out.
But I think you need the top tier, the top brass of talent in the world to do that. I just don't think it's worth anyone's time.
That's a good woman you got there, Gabriel. Yeah. And her nice ass on her, too.
Didn't make it go off, Jay.
Oh.
Draw harder.
So the next film that we watched was Uninvited. This was the only cat film. And Mike?
I was going to hand it off to Rich. One, because he loves cats.
Well, you know what? I don't want to talk about Christy. Just fuck it.
Hey, what is this?
Fuck
What
it.
is this?
Mutiny.
What is this mutiny?
Mutiny.
What is happening here?
You know what I'm gonna say about Christy? It was awful and confusing. That's all I'm gonna say.
You got more to talk about?
Because Uninvited is delightful.
And Rich, you're very familiar with the term uninvited.
This is why I wanted to do this. This is why he's putting in the video.
Was it for that one joke?
Yes!
Because I'm going to say it was worth it.
Thank you.
All right. Rich, why don't you explain Uninvited?
Uninvited is the story about a genetically augmented cat that is a cat inside of another cat.
What if you were a cat inside of another cat? Is that how your cat works?
It did something.
No, that is not how the cat works. Okay, I know what you're. Took me a minute to remember.
Bye.
Christmas or cats?
Did the mutant cat crawl back inside?
I guess.
Cat?
And he escapes from a government lab where he ends up on the boat, on the yacht of evil Lord Business.
How does he end up on the boat?
Well, he gets picked up by some chicks.
It's water.
How did he get there?
The cat gets picked up by
Man,
some
you know
chicks.
why I got that
They
rare
get picked
drop?
up by
I
an
know
evil
why.
businessman as
It's a
cover
power cube we'll never
for his
have.
trip to
Because I got Olive Garden soup today.
In the Cayman?
That's how you get the luck.
So they're taking suitcases of money to the Cayman Islands to launder it?
It doesn't matter. Evil business, evil, crooked crime, white collar crime, need to get to Cayman Islands, need girls as cover story, because I guess you just can't go to the Cayman Islands.
It'll look like he's just floating around on a yacht with some bikini babes.
Even though there's nobody else out to see
In
him.
case the Coast Guard stops him. I'm just going out on my yacht with these ladies. Don't look around for suitcases
Isn't
full
it
of
more
money.
suspicious when you're like a greasy porn stash middle-aged man and you're hanging out with like 20-year-old bikini bimbos?
No, not in the early 90s. Absolutely not.
Oh, no.
No, that's what they pay for.
Oh, okay.
This is the era. This is the era of Reaganomics.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
It's
Coast Guard
tail
don't
end.
even bother looking for the cocaine.
No.
Look, we know you got
Partying with babes.
Yeah, I don't even know what the coke was.
We know you got tons of coke and bimbos, and there may be prostitution, but as long as you don't have suitcases filled with millions of dollars you plan to launder, we don't need to come on board, sir. That's pretty much it.
Have fun with your teenage babes.
Right.
Yeah, but the teenage babes happen to bring along 3 randos.
Well, that's where things get convoluted.
Three chachas from the country club.
We're supposed to set sail this morning on a cruise for the Caribbean. You're gone a couple days, maybe more. Why don't you guys come with us?
They say, the babes, they say to him, hey, we've been invited onto a yacht with these middle-aged men. Why don't you want to come with us? We're all complete strangers, but let's do this.
And also, here's a cat.
And then, and then it's just like, oh, and here's a cat. I guess we'll bring him too.
Man, oh man, that cat does not want to be on that boat.
It's all hanging by a thread, everything that happens.
But, evil business and George Kennedy, they didn't expect the 3 dudes.
That's true.
So they made everybody peel potatoes.
See, there is a lot of good character stuff going on in this film about a cat that barfs up another cat.
You're just shocked at the pace of this movie about a cat that barfs up another cat. The pace is very good for the first 2 acts.
It's kind of inverse. Usually movies just take their sweet-ass time and they don't know what to do up until the end when they know the killer has to kill everybody.
Right, and this movie, straight up, bang, right off the first frame of the movie, here's this cat, it's radioactive, pwah!
This is the most bizarre thing. This really is.
A monster cat coming out of the mouth of another cat and constantly retreating back into the cat?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to be happening the first thing to happen.
Yeah.
There wasn't much setup.
That's the cat.
It looked like a scruffy puppet or something.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like.
It knows when it needs to go back to the cat. 20 minutes have gone by, cat. 20 minutes have gone by, cat. 20 minutes have gone by, cat.
Yeah, the pacing is really good, and every time you don't necessarily think about the cat, there's meowing happening, so you know that there's a cat around.
We need to talk about the sound design in this film. Did you know that cats just constantly meow all the time?
Did you know that cats constantly just meow all the time? I assume you would know that.
Even without moving their mouths, it's a ventriloquist cat.
Oh my God! Oh, they threw a car down a cliff. It's like the same glass.
They ran out of sound effects.
And they had a truck that they could drive off the edge of the bridge.
Yeah, and they could only afford one sound effect. They could only afford half of a sound effect.
They hit it hard.
And it's like a note on a keyboard, and they just do it over and over and over.
They had a hard edit at the end of the sound effect, so they had to hit it again before it ended.
Oh,
it was
wonderful.
Almost musical, yeah.
Yay!
What the hell?
Whoever's stupid idea this was. A genetically modified cat that the beginning is just like them looking at an x-ray. And they're like, there's a thing in its body. And then it just keeps cutting to the credits. And then it's like, they take the cat into like an examining room, but there's no like restraints and they
don't even have the door closed.
They leave the door open. They're just like, put the cat up. Oh! It's like the most incompetent animal testing facility in the world. So your movie logic brain would say, okay, this is gonna be a movie about a genetically modified cat that's running around a laboratory, or it gets out and the scientists have to find it, like a shock box.
Yeah. Right? Or would have expected the cat to like infect other cats in Fort Lauderdale, and it would have been like an epidemic or something.
Or,
like
we were all predicting, like at the end, we would discover that the cat with the little cat inside it that was more deadly and dangerous was was the animal testing version of what they planned to do to people. Once the cat gets out of the laboratory, we don't go back to the laboratory.
No.
And then I said during the screenings, it turned into Mad Libs, where it's just like, okay, noun, verb, you know, it's like, it cuts to
bimbos.
It cuts to two girls trying to get into a hotel at spring break.
Why did you let me wear these shoes this morning? You wanted to wear those shoes. You did it when they were
You cut to like what looks like Matlock, like a TV show about like George Kennedy and the guys like the crime, and it's like
Clu Gulager and his teeth.
And then then the dudes, and then they get on a boat, and it's just the girl captain whose father owned the yacht. None of it has anything to do with the genetically mutated cat.
It's all more complicated than it needs to be, just like the cat itself. Instead of a mutant cat, we have a human cat that vomits up a mutant cat that also goes back into the cat's mouth when it's done feeding or biting people.
You had a practical theory about that.
Yeah, you want your monster cat, but you also want some mobility, so it's a regular cat that runs around, and then when it attacks, then the puppet comes out.
So you don't have to have a bad-looking puppet running around the corner.
Right, you just have a normal cat wandering around.
Does the cat know it has a monster cat inside it? Is it a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde kind of situation?
You know, that speaks of a plot line that we just didn't follow.
And it's hard to ask the cat or get dialogue from it.
Yeah, because cats don't know. And also that cat's probably dead by now. This was what, like 19...
Oh,
that cat's long.
Yeah, we don't know.
I don't mean ask the cat in real life. I mean in the film.
Oh, okay.
I'm picturing like a making of uninvited documentary, like years ahead. They get the cast back together and they interview them. And they get a little cat wheelchair.
No, it keeps meowing, but its mouth doesn't move.
Oh, yeah. Just like the old days.
Yeah, things don't change.
There's a cat interpreter speaking for him. He's very disappointed with how the film turned out.
So much for that subplot.
That's a good guy.
Wow.
Well, let's talk about the finale then, which the third act starts when we cut to that toy boat.
Oh, boy.
I mean...
Yeah.
I mean, that's a toy.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means it's going to sink because there's a little model. How you gotta sink a real boat in this movie? You're gonna sink a little toy. I'm so excited.
This is after 25 minutes of, here's the plot up to this point. The boat is stranded and we're running out of food. That's the ticking clock. We're running out of food.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it's night and now the boat's sinking.
Yeah, there's a storm. It's crazy.
It just hard cuts to a crazy storm.
Yeah.
Okay, this officially went off the rails here. I felt like 60 minutes of the movie just went missing.
Yeah.
Like, the slow water buildup should have been a thing for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, that would have been a good ticking clock.
All of a sudden there's a storm.
Now.
It's so little.
How does it get
Now it's way bigger.
Yeah, it's like once it comes out of his mouth, it grows.
Yeah.
Slowly beating it underwater. Yeah.
Is this the conclusion?
But they have $1 million. Look, the important part is that our main characters end up on a dinghy and they get caught in a time loop where the cat just keeps jumping at them.
That was amazing.
Oh, God! It's not over yet. They're on again.
Yeah,
that's all you can do.
Okay, well, this is an odd way to do your final encounter with the monster. How are they going to resolve this?
Oh, they're going to throw a suitcase into the water.
We'll put him on a suitcase.
That gets its attention instead?
And it did.
Oh, it worked. That's good. It's just staring at him.
It just wanted a life raft.
We didn't get to Christy yet.
Oh.
Don't worry, I'm ready.
Jay was just doing his best Clu Gulager impression. This is the weirdest movie.
Well, you, Mike, had the opportunity to not have to talk about Christy, but circumstances changed, And now you have to talk about Christy.
Well. We picked Christy based on the quality of the cover and some of the images on the back.
Yes.
It's a quality cover.
Yeah. Whenever you have some like a 2 kilobyte image that's blown up, to print size, and it completely falls apart, and then you have a text. When text isn't done properly, text is usually vector based, which means you can blow it up or shrink it without losing resolution.
Yeah.
And when they screw text up, usually means they had an image of text and then blew that up.
Yes.
Which means they have no idea what they're doing. And when
Did they
someone
really fuck up the... Can I see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they absolutely did.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's stunning.
It's so greedy and they don't understand.
Oh, there you are.
Hi, Santa.
What's the problem?
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
This is a feature-length film.
No, it's not.
It is.
85 minutes.
Yep.
Get set, everybody.
Do you remember how Christmas used to be, Santa? You'd come down in the morning.
Was this edited live?
I'm pretty sure.
It's like a public access live show.
Just working that lever.
So this movie says that it's the proceeds go to the Wildlife Foundation. Family VHS. It's kind of a movie. It sort of has a plot. I can't. It's very hard to describe. It starts off like.
Well, it has a setup. It's like a 60-minute setup.
Yeah.
And then the final 30 minutes is just drunk grandpa trying to pet bobcats.
Get down here on his level, and it won't look quite so big to him. Uh-oh.
How do you begin?
Well, we begin at the beginning. We get some amazing shots of Santa, and his reindeer. It's Christmas night.
That's wonderful.
Woo!
Oh, God.
Jesus! Oh, boy.
Fuck! He's flying.
He has a see-through hat.
In a movie that has white everywhere on everybody's costume, they made the decision, instead of using a blue or green screen, to key out a white background.
Yep.
So Santa is at all times partially transparent.
Also, the reindeer is kind of a ghost.
Well, let's just say pretty good special effects.
Pretty good.
We'll just roll it all up into that.
This would have wowed them in like 1908. In the era when people were afraid the train would hit them, this movie, these effects would have killed.
Yeah. That's good.
Somebody pointing a camera at the ground that is covered with snow. And this is supposed to be an aerial shot over Santa's village because we see...
Because there are 3 little houses planted among these piles.
Do you think those were miniatures?
Yeah. Did you think they had a helicopter?
I thought they got a drone.
That's more like it. Easy. Easy.
Oh, no, they didn't have drones back then.
Oh.
Would have to have been a full-on helicopter.
Okay.
I don't
You're
think
saying they
could afford
didn't
it.
do that?
I'm saying that I think it was a miniature very similar to the ship in Uninvited.
Yeah.
You know what? Agree to disagree.
Okay.
Easy now. Easy. You're awful excited. No, we'll have to go around one more time. Hot Spring Meadow there. You can get a good feed and get a good, well-earned rest.
Okay, we have a special effects extravaganza opening where Santa returns to the North Pole.
Yeah.
But the first real scene that goes on for 30 minutes is his elf.
What if you were drunk
who's
Grandpa
pictured on the
Santa
back of his
Claus?
crime scene photo.
Socially awkward girl.
Trying to find
is
bobcats.
sitting in front of a rock, and there's another rock there. There's
The only rocks on the North Pole that don't have snow on them.
I would go to the land that you call the New
And then
World.
there's a background, and then they have some kind of conversation. We don't know what they're saying.
Well, because you can barely hear anything in this movie because they filmed it in a warehouse.
Yeah, and they didn't have lapel mics like we have.
Yeah.
The elves need you. You must go back. You got skills the elves do not. You got the power you need to finish their display.
There is a scene where Jack Frost is talking to somebody.
Oh, God. Oh, he's talking to Tanglefoot.
Tanglefoot. And I think I cracked. My brain cracked. I just couldn't stop laughing. And I wasn't laughing at anything in particular.
What?
Oh,
what?
God.
What?
They forgot the wireless this day.
You were laughing that it was that inept.
No, I was just laughing like a person in a straitjacket would laugh. Like there was no context. I was just like, my brain stopped working.
That's the worst movie I've ever seen. I can't believe it. I'm calling in sick next Christmas episode.
So Jack Frost, do your magic tricks, let the nations wonder how one who's said to be so bad can fill the world with splendor.
The songs are done by Red Letter Media legend Frank Worley.
Returning legend Frank Worley.
This is taking it way back. Frank Worley. This is a tape that we bought at a thrift store.
It got kicked around the Plinkett House set.
Well, we used it in episode 5 or 6 or 8 of Half in the Bag.
Yeah. What did we do with it?
Of all you survey, you're a gay Santa Claus.
You smashed it with a hammer. I think we reviewed like the first Thor movie. Oh. And that was the reason you smashed it with a hammer. So this is the tape that was used in that episode 25 years ago when we shot that. Yeah. But he does all the songs for this movie.
And Frank Worley is, he is from Vesper, Wisconsin. Yeah.
No, this time Santa's problem is a pesky little elf.
You know how in most musicals, when a song starts, like, things happen?
Yeah, they just sit there. Not so much with this one.
Just close-ups of people looking miserable.
Also, when I was just crying. Frank Worley's song.
But the Frank Worley song plays, and usually in a movie, when you have a musical number, you know, you have characters singing or dancing, or it just holds on this girl crying for 25 minutes.
Now I know why they call it the flyover zone.
Because it's full of crying elves?
Because this is what the Midwest produces.
This is the perfect place
Oh.
for you.
Oh!
I didn't know what I was looking at.
I know, I thought it was like a giraffe neck. That doesn't...
So the plot is, crying elf is sad because the animals don't get a Christmas visit from Santa Claus. And Santa says, well, I can't do it, I'm too busy. And she says, why don't you do it the next day?
Just tell me why you think it can't work, and I'll give you a reason to make it so.
I'll give you a reason.
With the population growing the way it is, I can hardly make my rounds before it gets light the way it is.
Then just make the rounds during the day.
That could work.
Santa never thought of that.
Oh!
You dumbass.
So they spend a year putting the sled back together.
They spend a year fixing Santa's old sled.
So I just gotta stay here for a while.
Santa's lawn chair?
Frank Worley, Song 3, coming up soon.
Oh, this sucks.
Doesn't
this just sucks.
Rich, doesn't this put you in the Christmas spirit?
No!
We got Santa, we got reindeers, we got Christmas songs. I don't know what more you want.
The cat movie put me in the Christmas spirit.
Oh, we got a warehouse.
We got Santa's garage.
Grandma's shed.
Santa's tarp. Yeah, you're missing the important part. The titular character, Christy, the first female reindeer, is birthed. There's 35 close-up shots of her out of focus. tiny baby reindeer playing over Frank Worley's beautiful music. And then eventually Christy grows up and there's a montage sequence where Santa trains her.
And the rest
we add a few.
Is that just a big pile of headstones? Whoa! Is that like the graveyard headstone dumping ground?
It's all the old reindeer.
Yeah. What is that?
All the old elves.
The elves are tiny anyway.
He's sticking his finger up that reindeer's ass.
So Christy is trained to fly Santa's sled.
That harness fits real good.
And that is the first 60 minutes of the film that lead up to the plot, which is Santa takes Christy and lands and then just explores animals in the woods.
He drunkenly tries to provoke animals.
He's come around here to see what all we're doing.
Including Tumblefoot does knock the sled down a hill. Tumblefoot wants to help.
Tumblefoot is an abominable snowman.
And he mildly gets in the way a little bit.
Oh, that wasn't bad.
Your priorities are in an interesting place.
I expected much worse.
People look like they're in a cult.
Yeah,
they look crazy.
Manson girls.
Yeah.
But then Santa Claus calls Tumblefoot and asks him to...
Oh, he calls him on a payphone. Where is Santa with?
I don't know.
Where is he? Why does he get a payphone?
Don't know. But Santa Claus calls Tumblefoot. I was like, hey, help them move the sled. And Tumblefoot's trying to do his best, but he moves the sled all the way to the dangerous waterfall that we talked about, we heard about earlier in the film.
There was setup
like,
for it.
stay away from that waterfall. Yeah. And then the sled goes down the waterfall and there's an avalanche. And then Tumblefoot goes like this with the sled and pulls it out. And that's the end of that plot.
Did this air on Adult Swim at 4 a.m.?
I just kept waiting at the end when Santa's like petting all the animals and he's just playing with them. I was just waiting for like a barf cat to show up.
Oh, yeah! But Grandpa, a.k.a. Santa, should have said, now the fox lives in the woods and is nocturnal and
gave some actual information.
Education.
Ecology, animal ecology information.
It could have been a brilliant educational video for children.
Who
wasn't.
doesn't? What kid doesn't want to see Santa interacting with a coyote who's trying to steal his bag?
Yeah, I'd much rather see that than Santa interacting with a crying elf.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there could have been real life horror because there was a bobcat there that looked very defensive. And
that bobcat was not having it.
He's got a mean look in his eye, yeah.
There's a guy in a Santa suit, like
the ears were back. And it was like,
there was a fucking mountain lion there.
Yeah, for a minute, yeah.
Those things don't know how to react to Santa Claus. Like hovering above them.
This has really been a wonderful day. Really been a wonderful day.
Well, they like those marshmallows.
Otters can't digest marshmallows, it's gonna die.
That's why he's climbing that tree.
No, Mr. Porter, no! Your Santa Claus movie is killing the otters.
Trying to get away from the marshmallows. Fuck off.
They expand in their stomach until the otters burst.
Santa Claus is drunk again and he won't stop feeding all the animals marshmallows.
Oh my God, they're underwater now. Oh God! Oh no, the abyss!
And meanwhile, Mrs. Claus is preparing peanut butter covered potatoes.
They're like spreading peanut butter on rocks.
I wish I was watching the Christine movie right now. Santa Claus wandering in the woods.
Yeah.
They make it sound so funny.
No visual anything. It's like I feel like I went to the Stevie Wonder School of Cinematography.
So simple, even I can use it.
Put the camera 45 feet away from everything and just have all of your actors in the background.
You'll never tell what those guys get on their mind.
We've come to the point of the night where we have to pick best of the worst. Rich Evans, what is best of the worst?
Uninvited. Easily.
Okay.
This just gives me warm, happy feelings of some of the good times I've had on Best of the Worst.
Yeah. Josh?
Well, I'll tell you, if you want to watch a movie, you want to watch Uninvited. It's the one that definitely looked like a film, acted like a film, and had film actors in it.
Yeah. This is true.
Well said. Well said.
That's my choice.
Uninvited.
All right.
Ironically, a Christmas episode, our 2 Christmas films were terrible. One can't even be called a film.
It's not a movie.
But to give Christy some credit, had some good laughs for the incredibly inept special effects.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
That's the thing is like we are talking about Uninvited is like this is bizarre. No. Christy is bizarre.
This is so bizarre, it gets a little asterisk next to it, like noteworthy, because we'll always talk about this.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the thing. I will say for these 3 movies overall that we didn't lack on interests. There was nothing that was painfully boring, although this one came kind of close.
This one came close.
It was so packed full of Christmas.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's anything we've watched that had that much Christmas in it.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Christy gets the asterisk for being so bizarre, and this, it doesn't quite get to the point where I actually want to destroy it.
Right. Yeah.
It didn't give us pain.
The heart was in it, the execution was lacking.
But Uninvited, legitimately entertaining and fun and weird.
Track down that VHS rip DVD.
I think it's coming to Blu-ray.
Wow.
I think.
We get to see the Barf Cat in all its glory.
Yeah.
Well, it's HD glory.
You'll see more of the puppeteer's arm in HD.
I can't wait.
Well, since we're not destroying any tapes.
Oops. All right, what's my next best of the worst? The Last Vampire on Earth. That's a good one.
Oh, hi, Colin.
Hey, Mike.
You came to here just in time.
For what?
Well, today we're doing a spotlight episode. So we've gone ahead and picked all of your favorite terrible B movies and set them up on a shelf over there. That means you, my friend, get to pick the terrible film we spotlight today.
Tell me more.
That's it. I just said everything. Let's go over and look at that shelf now. Well, here we are at the shelf I mentioned, and these are all of your favorite bad B movies. So why don't you go ahead and pick one for us to watch today?
Okay.
Think carefully.
Yeah.
Make a quality selection. Well, Colin, we don't have all day. You're going to have to select one of the films.
I can't make a choice. You know what? I'm just going to close my eyes and just see what I pick.
Okay.
Why, it's The Last Vampire on Earth by legendary filmmaker Vitali Versace.
What if you were Vitali Versace?
We need to start playing with this. We'll call it the best of the worst fidget spinner.
Hold on, I think you said it an Italian name, but I
guaranteed.
Can't.
Best of the worst.
Last Vampire on Earth.
Fidget spinner chicks.
She has 8.
Tricks and ticks and tips.
Smash.
Oh no, I accidentally burnt out half of the lights. Well, welcome to another Best of the Worst Spotlight Edition. Today we're talking about The Last Vampire on Earth. Oh! Oh! Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
Holy shit.
What is going on?
I hope none of you have epilepsy.
Oh, I do now.
Directed by Vitali Versace.
He's an up-and-coming go-getter.
He may or may not be a Sacha Baron Cohen invention.
And to all the haters, we love you, and there is no success without hate. My name is Vitaly Versace. I'm a film director, producer, and I approve this message. God bless America.
Simply put, he's brilliant.
Where the fuck did we start? Did we start with him? Do we start with the movie?
Yeah. That's
well, was Colin's pick.
This is all on you now.
You forced my hand, sir.
We gave you plenty of choice.
There were so many options.
There were many options.
Literally
You picked this.
2 options.
This is your favorite film of all time, as you said to me in private.
Okay.
The Last Vampire.
Do you have this in like an email or written form?
I have,
do you have any evidence that I said that to you?
do have evidence, yeah. I'll present that evidence here.
I think I need to ask you, how the hell did you come across this movie?
That's a fantastic question.
I think it just got sent to us.
Somebody sent it to you.
This was, yeah, one random night we were doing, as we sometimes do, just, you know, bad movie watching, not on camera. And we discovered this film, and it changed our lives.
I wish for a world without injustice, murder, or suffering. I guess that's a bit optimistic, but at the very least, I'm trying to do it as best as I can wherever I am.
If Tommy Wiseau made Twilight, basically.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say if Tommy Wiseau made bad films.
Oh.
And he found an ogre to star as the vampire.
Well, okay, well, let's start with that. This is Twilight.
Like almost literally.
Well, there's a couple changes that are very
There's some
important.
surprises.
There's some surprises that we'll get into. But overall, it's Twilight.
Yeah.
With terrible, terrible acting.
Why me? Why would you want me to know this? I'm just a girl going on about her life, trying to make the world a better place.
And even worse, dialogue.
I want you to know, because you are just a girl trying to make the world a better place. I feel this magnetism to you that I can't explain.
I think we watched Twilight one time, right?
I think we watched some of Twilight.
In
I don't think we
preparation,
finished it.
yeah.
In preparation for like a review of the whole series that we never did.
Well, no, we reviewed Breaking Dawn?
Breaking Wind Part 2.
Yeah.
We did that one.
Yeah,
and
that
then we
was
were going to go
amazing.
back and watch the rest of them, and then we got like halfway through the first one, and we were like,
just said,
fuck it.
Yeah.
Well, they couldn't get Robert Pattinson, so they got Shrek
Yeah.
to play your hunky lead sexy vampire man. You can't even pronounce words.
What if you cast Shrek to play your hunky vampire man?
Joe for a watch or something? He has like the charisma of a wet sack of gravel. Like he looks like Haley Joel Osment if he went on like, you know, with a weekend bender with like he's just got coke bloat.
Yeah.
Pretty
yeah.
much. So we're talking about just modern day Haley Joel Osment.
Do you see that right there? There's 4 stars there in a square. 4 Pegasus' body. That line there is his neck and head.
But the movie treats it as if he's the Robert Pattinson. That's the weirdest kind of juxtaposition. Is just, yeah, they treat him like he's a brooding, sexy vampire man.
No, he's not. He looks like a serial killer.
Hello. How's it going?
Yeah, they cast this guy, and I can
My
see
God.
like there's like 2 things. Like he's really handsome and looks like Robert Pattinson, but can't act. Or he can act really well and looks like Shrek. But this
They got
guy
the worst of both worlds.
has the worst of both qualities. And it's amazing.
How old are you?
20.
How long have you been that old?
How old are you?
17.
How long have you been 17?
Wow. That's a long time to be by yourself. Did you see Jesus?
I heard him speak a couple of times.
It almost feels like the movie was made just as a practical joke on that lead actor. Like, just to embarrass him.
That's possible.
Well, they had interviews, and like the first thing Vitaly had to say about, you know, his lead actor, you know, his best quality was he showed up on time.
He had a lot of fun working with Mike. He's a good actor, always on time.
Oh yeah, that's right. I love this actor. He's so good. He shows up when he's scheduled to.
Well, we know from Born Into Mafia that he had issues with that.
Guys, where's Ivan at? He's out on a date or something. Oh shit! What's going on?
Yeah, he had to replace one of his actors with the back of somebody else's head.
That's true, yeah. The actor didn't show up, so.
Which brings us into a topic that's very near and dear to me and Rich. And Vitaly personifies this, yeah. Many years ago, Rich and I created a character named Sergio. I'm Sergio, I'm here to make a big American movie. My actors not show up, so I cast boy in wig. And so eventually Rich and I created a cartoon.
My name is Sergio, and I write to you from my home country because today is day I leave for America. I love all things about America, especially movies. I like action movies like Jackie Chan and Pierce Brosnan, but I really love scary movies like Scream or Mrs. Doubtfire.
And we created a whole he had his father who beat him.
To be fair, Jay did design the actual Sergio.
That's right. I completely forgot I did that.
Yeah.
The actual Sergio guy.
right.
I drew that.
Yes.
Wow, I forgot all about that.
And he had his girlfriend, he had his father who beat him, and his mother. He moved. Remember when him and his mother left for America, their house collapsed?
Sergio need life of excitement in America. Herding sheep not my calling in life, but making American movie is. Much like Citizen Kane or Showgirls.
Vitaly Versace is a living embodiment of Sergio.
Yes!
He's the real life Sergio.
Yes!
He's real.
I come to America, I make a movie.
Yeah.
How was what's your favorite scene in this movie? I like all of them.
And he's chasing those trends too. It's like he makes the mafia movie.
I thought you were gonna let me go!
And then he makes his Twilight. It's not even a ripoff. It's a reimagining. It's just Twilight again.
Well, to be fair, it was based on the novel.
Oh, yes.
Therein brings in our next point.
Says right there on the front.
Twilight was based on a book.
That's right, by Stephanie Myers.
Stephanie Myers.
Terrible, terrible, terrible book.
But it was a very successful book, so you turn it into a movie. And so if you're properly going to clone the success of Twilight, then, well, you gotta have a book first. So we're convinced that they just wrote a book after the screenplay was written, just to say it was based on a book.
And we have that book here.
We happen to have the book, The Last Vampire on Earth by Mandy L. Abraham, who may or may not be a real person.
How many pages is this novel? Are there no page numbers?
Oh, 99.
Oh, 99.
But look at the size of the font though. Like
it's like a large print.
Well, I love the illustrations.
Was that a picture of the actors though in the back?
Yeah.
So they've got a picture of the actors.
Yeah. Yes.
From the movie.
Don't they have fake illustrations that are just screenshots from the movie?
There's a picture of Rome for some reason. What the fuck? The main character in the movie, the what's her face, Kristen Stewart equivalent.
Chloe.
Her name is Chloe, and she's sick. She has an illness, and we'll get into that. But in the book, it's just some random picture he found of some woman in the hospital, and then they put a filter on it to make it look like an illustration.
Wait, but you're saying that he found these, but this is the book that the movie was based on.
Oh yeah.
You guys are acting like he had something to do with this book.
Yeah.
Well,
Look, it's not like he cynically made a book about vampires so he could sell this as like a Twilight based on a book vampire movie.
Yeah, so...
oh wait, is that the...
That's Mandy L. Abraham.
Oh, there's a picture of the author.
It's just like a stock photo of somebody else.
I think the book...
Versace Entertainment.
But the T is cut off. Everything is wrong.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The T is
Versace,
cut off.
yeah, Versace
It's like the
Entertainment.
Mike, did you take Sergio to the next level and just not tell
Is
any
this
of
all
us?
just a big troll attempt?
Is Vitaly Versace your creation?
And to all the haters, we love you.
I think he asked his friend Mandy L. Abraham.
Slap together a book.
Slap together a book and then quickly write a script based on that book.
Yes.
Because we know they did actually shoot with a script.
They're just using the script of the movie because they had it.
Yeah, it says Chloe.
No, does it?
Because it's seen in the movie.
That's right. That's right.
And when they're rehearsing for Dracula.
Right. They're in college, so that's different than Twilight. They're in college instead of high school, and in their literature class, they're doing a semester-long preparation for doing a play version of Dracula.
Yes.
So that's our first meet cute with our not Robert Pattinson and not Kristen Stewart, where they get together to rehearse their lines. He's ironically been cast as Dracula. And
why are they using this music?
I think that's good. What do you think?
What? I mean, do you want to
What? This is a mumblecore movie.
This is literally mumblecore.
They get together to rehearse and they just do that one bit. They don't do any lines.
And then they say, let's go to the coffee shop.
And then they go together and they sit down. They don't eat anything. They say, okay, let's go meet together at my parents' house.
Well, that's what you did, Dylan.
Alright, bye.
No,
And then they
after
meet
that,
again.
she invites him to church.
Well, then, yeah, it's church.
And that's when the first time we saw this movie, we were like, oh, this is going to be a religious film. This is the religious version of Twilight.
Christian group wants to capitalize on Twilight fame. Oh, they'll come in for the Twilight. They'll stay for Jesus.
In pursuit of what we deem the most desirable kind of love, the romantic eros. Let's thank Jehovah for our food.
The dinner scene, though, was when the real meet cute happened.
The
It was
meat.
that was when the little kid was eating the chicken. It was super cute. Remember he was playing with it?
He was
and then
dissecting it, yeah.
And he ate a piece like an animal.
Yeah, they cut back to him and like.
Yeah. And they show all the chicken falling out of his mouth.
Aurelius, you barely touched your food.
Don't worry about it. I'll eat it.
I'll eat it. I'll finish your leftovers.
I'm sure you will,
All
garbage
right.
pail kid. What? Because he looks like a garbage pail kid.
Totally uncool.
He does.
Technically, Jay, he looks like a Cabbage Patch Kid.
That's true.
Yeah, he does.
That's true.
That's true.
In our religion, we believe that blood is sacred, and we are not allowed to eat blood of any kind or receive blood transfusions.
I see. So if you were in a bad accident and lost a lot of blood, you'd be in a real predicament then. That's a shame.
So we're
You don't talk about that.
And this is the first of two dinners.
Yes, there's two dinner scenes, and Vitaly Versace, he ordered up KFC for the dinner scene because it comes with sides. So you didn't have to actually prepare a meal.
Yeah,
that
there was
looks
like the macaroni salad that was clearly visible. So
normal people would have as a nice dinner after church. He ordered up fried chicken.
Some KFC.
And then a week later, he gets invited again for a dinner, and they have more fried
KFC
chicken.
again.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, like, when he came to the door the first time, and the mother meets him at the front door, and she says, "Oh, just come right in. Dinner's almost ready." And it's like, well, you fucking ordered it from KFC. Of course it's
Well,
ready.
and we already saw her put fried chicken on a plate for the little fat kid. So, like, it's ready.
That was his pre-dinner dinner.
Oh. He has fried chicken as an appetizer for more fried chicken.
But then it's sort of our lead vampire. He can't eat, I guess. He can only like drink blood.
My name is Vitaly Versace. I'm a film director.
Hey, are you running this bloodmobile?
Yep, my name's Wayne.
Does he just see Wayne after he vomits? Does he just see him sitting there?
I don't think they bothered to establish any of this.
Okay.
He just walks up to the car and it happens to be a guy who works for the blood clinic.
But it's like a mobile blood clinic, so I think it goes
It's a mobile
around.
blood clinic van. It has the cross on it and everything.
Even though it doesn't just look like mom's van.
Yeah, it's just some like shitty old van. So what does he do? He just drives around collecting people's blood.
Need your blood?
Well, here's the thing.
Come and donate your blood. I don't look weird.
What do you get running this thing? $8, $9 an hour?
Yeah, thereabouts.
But the thing is, like, the vampire kid goes up to him and is like, hey, I know you make shit money working for the blood clinic, so I'm gonna throw you $5 to sell me blood?
You know, that's rich, kid. If you're not gonna donate, get out of my face.
I'm very serious, Wayne. That would be just the first installment.
We're gonna take a look at the freeze frame, and I'm assuming it's a 20 and a whole bunch of singles underneath.
My name is Vitaly Versace. I'm a film director.
It's gonna take a while.
So we've got to cut a bigger hole.
Oh my god.
Yep. And up.
Still filling it up.
And down.
This is riveting.
And up. Up. And down.
Okay.
And up.
Lift.
He's trying to keep himself up.
No, more down.
Lift.
Up. Oh, fuck it. Why'd you bother with the cup?
He's just tossing it away.
He's tossing it.
Wow. It's gonna spill everywhere.
God, it's so thick. It's like syrup.
What is he drinking for real? Oh, now he's playing ping.
Oh God.
Well, okay, so this is the unrated version. So yeah, this is him making this box.
Yeah.
And that brings me to my next point, is that eventually at some point this film was picked up for distribution.
Vitaly got what he wanted.
Isn't it? What? It's amazing, isn't it?
No, it's not. Any sleazy company will put out a terrible film to trick you by altering the artwork
To look like
Twilight. Yeah, with actors that look nothing like the main actors. And look at this guy burning on the stake. The highly esteemed Echo Bridge Entertainment.
Oh yeah, nothing but quality from Echo Bridge.
Yes, they re-released the film, and
they
apparently
color graded.
Yeah, they color graded it. There's pictures on the back which look very desaturated and highly contrasty, and they look nothing like this version. So we're gonna put out both versions here as we discuss further. Well, let's get to the elephant in the room, and that's AIDS.
Let's get to the elephant in the room, and that's AIDS.
Because I didn't want you to think less of me.
What if
Our
your
main
vampire had
character,
AIDS?
Chloe has
That'd
AIDS.
be darn shame.
She got it rescuing an African woman, which...
Well, it's very awkward because at first he's like, "How did you get AIDS?"
Yeah.
A few years ago, I was on a mission trip in Africa. I was helping a group of people at the clinic, and there was an attack.
So all people in Africa have AIDS. They're being racist right off the bat.
Yes.
And then she's
Well,
like...
not right off the bat. This is a slow revelation that she has AIDS.
Yeah.
It's like near the end of the movie. It's revealed like.
It's set up earlier. She goes to the doctor and he's testing her blood, and he's like, "Well, you know, your cocktails, Dr. Cocktail."
You had a bad reaction to one of the drugs in your latest cocktail.
But Chloe goes to the doctor, and the doctor's like, "Well, you know, you have super AIDS."
More and more, we've run into the AIDS strain, where it's resistant to anything we currently have. And of course, you know, there's still no cure.
He's speaking very clinically, very medically. He's like, the weirdo cocktails I'm giving you ain't working, lady. and we gotta try a different cocktail, maybe.
All we can do at this point is keep trying different cocktails to keep this thing at bay.
But basically he tells her she has super AIDS and that she's got not too much time to live. And he says, listen, lady, if you know a vampire, now's the time.
Well, here's what's fucked up. You might want to drop out of college. You're wasting your parents a lot of money.
Yeah.
She's worried about studying for your, tests and exams. I'm like, that's the least of your worries. Like, Jesus Christ.
Well, as fate would have it, and it turns out to be completely pointless, our lead vampire, not Robert Pattinson, is going to school to become a blood doctor.
So are you saying instead of like biting her and turning her into a vampire, he should have like cured her AIDS with like doctorism.
Well, why even put that in the movie?
Is there like a montage of them with like test tubes? Yeah. I have cured AIDS.
But why establish that in the movie?
It's
that he's
so weird.
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
The only purpose that it has is that it comes up. I think it brings out the discussion of blood.
Right.
In the family KFC dinner scene.
So, Aurelius, what are you majoring in?
Hematology.
What exactly is that, dear?
Basically, I want to work in helping find cures for blood diseases like AIDS and diabetes.
What the fuck is a 3,000-year-old vampire doing going to community college?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
you think he would have become a hematologist?
That's
at this
true.
point.
He's had several thousand years.
Just
What,
thought
like
of it.
first year college and you can take hematology? I don't know. It's very specific.
You got to get through basic literature courses first.
I guess. And then like at the same time he's like, doing Bram Stoker's Dracula in like literature class? That doesn't make any sense.
Those are the gen eds that he has to get through. He's been alive for
Look,
2,028 years.
he's gonna fucking ace the Dracula course, all right? It's a fucking easy A for a vampire.
Every time you say A, I thought but it's like
our female lead got an easy AIDS.
But then she also gets AIDS cancer. She
no,
does.
He doesn't say AIDS or cancer.
Well, there's a possibility there's Kaposi sarcoma, which is a cancerous-like disease that often accompanies AIDS.
The doctor was very bad. Let's just say that. That's what I want to hear from a doctor.
She's got Philadelphia bruises.
Oh, God. Jesus.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No.
I like that moment of being horrified and then being like, oh, wait, that is what happens.
I didn't know what you meant at first. Philadelphia bruises, I pictured Rocky. I'm like, da-na-na, like running up the thing. He's got bruises because
he's punching her.
I'm like, oh, Philadelphia, the Tom Hanks movie. I'm like, it took me a second.
Oh, thank you, honey. You didn't need to do that.
It's only proper manners. Can I use your restroom?
I guess like the second KFC dinner, like
Yeah.
the second KFC dinner is when her young brother finds out that he's a vampire.
I'm so sorry. I wish I would have known. I mean, I know as a vampire you need blood and all, but I didn't think eating normal things would make you sick.
He has to puke up every time he eats KFC, which
Like
is
most people.
like most people.
But yeah, they're talking in the bathroom. That's kind of where she discovers like what's going on with him, and then they just cut to the little garbage pail kid looking through.
He's
the door.
looking in, and it's a great framing. He's looking in the door, and then the door's got a mirror on the back, and it just shows a toilet.
It's very symbolic.
And he's just looking in. It's like it's saying that kid's a toilet.
Well, Sunday, when Aurelius was over for dinner, after dinner, I heard him and Chloe talking. Well, I heard Chloe say that he's a vampire.
Chad.
Well, first they have the entirely reasonable explanation. Well, they're going to be in a vampire play, so of course they're just talking about their play.
No, Mom, I heard them talking about how eating food makes him sick.
What? There's just no way.
Well, that's the final piece to the puzzle.
That's it.
I believe you. Obviously, my daughter's friend is a vampire.
There's no way KFC could be making him sick.
Then when the kid says he threw up, he's like, oh my God.
The mother in particular is very like, oh my God.
We've got a vampire.
Who vomits up KFC?
Then the preacher father runs to his car and gets on his cell phone and calls his Lynching posse.
Yeah. His hotline, like he already knows who to call and say, meet me
We
here.
have a vampire situation. This comes up so often. He knows exactly who to call and they know how to respond. Pastor father and a bunch of rednecks, including the wife and the garbage pail boy, garbage pail kid is there too. Want to see someone burn alive?
This creature
has violated that gift in the most profane way.
Here we've got this kid who we think might be a vampire. I guess we believe in that.
We believe
because
that the small
our
child
8-year-old told us that you were a vampire.
Because he vomited up KFC.
Yes. So he's
Therefore,
a vampire.
vampire.
We're going to jump to that conclusion.
Murdered him by
rational
flame.
adults. And yeah, they have him tied to a stake.
They're gonna burn him
They're gonna
alive.
burn him.
This is the scene that made me realize that this movie might not be a religious film. So while all that's happening, Chloe walks into her kitchen, opens up the pantry, and there's just this tiny little gun sitting on a paper towel.
That's
where you
loaded,
keep the gun.
a loaded gun.
All right. I think we go get our rewards. Yep, 50 points. Nice. All right, well, we get a big old needle. Oh, we got a small old needle. Curses. That's not a big needle at all. Will I get a needle, Talon? Will I get a needle? Abyssal needle. It is a 1 out of 200, I think? 1 out of 300. Oh no, it's a- wait a minute, that's the cursed number! 1 out of 300s aren't real. I won't get a needle because I can't get a needle because 300's not a number that I understand. I don't understand 300. Getting a lot of freaking bags. I need more inventory space. I'm not getting a needle. I did not get a needle. Let's go to the collection log and see how many rifts I've closed. Let's open these pouches. Cosmic runes, cosmic. Hey, that's cool. Tarnished locket. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I think that's neat. Alright, who do I show this locket to? Okay, there's a note inside. Blah, 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 blah. Oh wait, actually. Just grab my Ferroceptor. Is that actually faster? I'm not sure that's faster. I want to grab Essence and just go ahead and make some Astral Runes while I'm here. Lumbridge Guide lore. I was part of the Order of Wizards, but my beloved worked in Lumbridge, but I was sent away often. I would send her gifts, including this locket. Oh, our house is robbed, and she died. Oh no, the locket was taken in the robbery. Nice. Alright, well this teleport gets to go right here. My bank's an absolute disaster. Not in terms of I mean a little bit in terms of organization, I guess, but mostly in terms of frickin' storage space. As in, I ain't got much of it. I don't want to think about it right now, so it's lay-in time.
A younger brother and everything, and it's just lying there all like loaded, ready to go.
I'm just picturing that little kid like trying to reach for cereal one morning and just knocking that gun off and accidentally shooting himself in the gut.
No, accidentally. We'd say, oh, thank God.
He shoots himself in the gut, but he's only just trying to make more room for KFC.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't worry about it, I'll eat it. Stop or I'll shoot. This is a good man, and if you took the time to get to know him, you would find that out.
She doesn't even have her finger on the trigger.
He wants to help find cures for diseases. He wants to help find a cure for diseases like AIDS. Maybe that doesn't mean much to you, but it means a lot to people like me who have it. I'm not afraid of punishment, death, or things I do not understand. All of you are afraid of him, not because you truly think he's evil, because you don't understand what he is.
No, I can't take my finger, my eyes off the trigger.
And I was kind of missing this because I was laughing so hard, but her dialogue, and I think she says like, don't burn him.
Don't burn him because I have AIDS.
Yes. I think that's what she says.
That's Chloe's big scene.
Yeah.
She admits to everyone that she has HIV.
Full AIDS.
That's right. I have AIDS and it's advancing very quickly.
She says, I think her argument is, I'll kill any one of you. I don't care, I've got nothing to lose because I've got AIDS.
How did she do that without putting her finger on the trigger?
Because the actress is 15. She might not know how a gun works.
Right.
And neither does Vitaly Versace.
Neither does Vitaly Versace. And she's able to fire it, and she murders a man.
I'm not afraid of punishment, death, or things I do not understand.
I mean, it's amazing. I mean, the film's bad, but that speech, it moves me.
Yeah.
And
it elevated the film.
I think this girl has a real future in acting.
AIDS has turned me into a murderer.
I've got nothing to lose.
Don't light my vampire KFC
ogre
boyfriend on fire because I have AIDS, and if you do, I will
kill you all.
It's a classic.
It's good. It's
tale.
catchy.
It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah.
They established that.
I forgot to quit my necklace.
Shrekpire, a vampire Shrek, can move at the speed of light like a vampire, but somehow he's captured by a fried chicken lady and her fat son.
Shame on you all.
So then they go immediately from, she rescues him, she murders somebody and rescues her vampire boyfriend, and they go immediately to their school to perform the play of Dracula, because that's what you do right after killing a man.
It's like, oh my God, the play's tonight. It's like,
we're gonna be late.
I just shot someone to death.
This lynching has really set us back.
And that's when we discover that her feet are apparently size 17.
Yes.
Everybody's barefoot in the play for some reason.
Giant feet is a little known symptom of AIDS.
It's the weirdest interpretation of Neil Simon's Barefoot in the Park. It doesn't even cut right to the credits. It cuts to the credits mid, sound.
Yeah.
And there's some kind of hard edit, and where they fucked even that up. How is that possible?
Well, it's funny, when the professor at the beginning of this movie starts rambling and rambling.
Now for the part of Lucy, let's go with.
Seriously? It's probably going to be a complete.
Oh, Jesus.
What?
The editor got bored with that scene.
Scene ended
It's
in
fuck this.
sentence?
Yeah. We get it, cut.
The editor just gets bored, just fades. It's like mid-sentence. He just fades out and goes to the next scene. All right,
incredibly
whatever.
awkward.
It's
I
awesome.
picture the movie moving along at real time.
Yeah.
And the editor with just these big gears.
No.
And
Nope. It goes down into a chute.
He has the whack-a-mole hammer for edits. Cut. Dissolve.
They could only afford an editor for 90 minutes. He had to do it in real time.
That actually explains a lot.
I hate to play on the footage. Go.
Well, that's why the movie just stops. Because it's 90 minutes.
That's right.
Credits.
Yeah, it does.
But I have seen where everything makes sense.
I'm out of here.
Gotta go. I start my shift at JCPenney in 3 minutes.
I want to spend the rest of eternity with you. I don't want you to go through the rest of your existence alone.
I want to see a sequel where a now immortal Chloe gets put on trial for murder and gets a life sentence.
Oh God, yeah.
So now she's immortal, but she's just perpetually in prison forever.
But I don't have AIDS.
She has a t-shirt, I may be in prison, but at least I don't have AIDS.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm not playing around.
Yeah, what a film.
That's the last vampire on Earth.
It's
a masterpiece.
It's a treasure.
It's the perfect balance of terrible performances, terrible actors delivering awful dialogue.
Horribly.
Terribly.
The magic of it, though, is that it is badly edited, but it's not nonsensical. But that's the magical part about it, though, is that it actually makes sense. It's always changing. There's one embarrassing scene after the other, and that's what makes a good bad movie.
It does have that The Room quality, where it's it kind of resembles a real movie, just enough, but the performances are so bad and the dialogue is so terrible that you kind of feel like you're watching something made by aliens.
And then occasionally somebody's eating KFC for a fancy family dinner.
Exactly. Well, that's like something you'd see in The Room.
Yeah.
It reminded me a lot of The Room as far as the entertainment value.
They even have the football scene where they're sitting around like tossing the
we didn't
football.
talk- Like after our KFC dinner, we're gonna go out and toss the pigskin, and then they were like robots where they're just like throw.
And they're like 4 feet away from one another. Like
Yeah, it's very awkward.
Is this what foreigners think Americans just do? Throw the football?
Throw the
You
football.
go in the backyard, or in the case of The Room, the alley, and you throw footballs.
The Room, though, has the unique quality of the fact that it was shot on film.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it looks like a real movie, but it's so bad. This looks like a terrible shot on home video.
This has that weird quality where he's trying to give it like that faux DSLR look.
Yes.
Where he's like trying to make it look like there's more depth of field than it has, and he has the vignette
Like,
around
the
every
blur,
shot.
the blur filter and the vignette around the
Yeah,
edges.
like he's trying, like this will make it look more cinematic. Nothing's coming out.
Nobody does that.
Oh, she's pretending to drink water. So, Jay, you're taking a look at the novelization, and you found the famous Oscar scene.
That's right. I have AIDS, and it's advancing very quickly. Stop, or I'll shoot. She pointed the gun at one of the people about to light the wood on fire. I'm serious. I'm not afraid of the consequences. This is a good man, and if you took the time to get to know him, you would find that out. He doesn't want to hurt us. He doesn't feed off of humans. He wants to help us. He wants to help cure diseases. He wants to help find a cure for diseases like AIDS. Maybe that doesn't mean much to all of you, but it means a lot to people like me who have it.
Jay, we're going to release a book on tape.
Okay.
Where you read The Last
Oh,
Vampire.
that would be so good.
Oh God, an unauthorized Last Vampire on Earth audiobook.
Audiobook, yeah.
We each do a chapter.
Oh, that would be so good.
So yeah, whatever version of The Last Vampire on Earth by Vitaly Versace you can get your hands on, do so.
Yeah, even if it's just the book version, you can read it with your friends.
Yeah. And enjoy this gem of a film that we
Masterpiece.
That masterpiece is appropriate. Yeah.
We don't know yet. We've yet to finish the Vitaly Versace library.
Yeah. Whether or not it's the best of Vitaly's
his
films.
oeuvre. This could be the beginning of something beautiful.
Well, at the very least, we know it's better than Born into Mafia. Out of the 2 movies we've seen, this is the best movie he's ever made.
Right.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes, it's better than Born into Mafia.
Somebody called me from Moscow. One of my uncles and said that my dad got shot 2 days ago. What?
Maybe it's only right we had to fight to get here. Because if anything was worth it, then it's clear.
Every day we receive thousands of terrible VHS tapes and DVDs. Some are so fucking weird we don't exactly know what to do with them. That's why the Wheel of the Worst was designed. It's a torture device for the modern age. The wheel is spun 3 times. Each spin
Oh, it's the Shoji Tabuchi episode!
and then evaluate which video is the best of the worst. It's now time to spin the Wheel of the Worst.
Isn't anybody gonna come and help me spin the wheel? Hello? I've been here for 2 days. You told me 2 days ago, Rich. Stand by the wheel, we're gonna film soon, and then I heard some engines starting up, some cars. Were you getting lunch? Hello?
All right. Let's get started.
Oh.
Right. First up is a new one. Not quite sure how to pronounce this. Or the Shoji Tabuchi.
Does that have something to do with the Olympics? The Shoji Tabuchi show?
Oh, Sochi. Yeah.
It gets a bronze medal for me. And then next we have Dunkin' Donuts, 1994 Fall Donut Event finishing video with Bob Rosenberg.
That sounds great.
That sounds awesome.
That sounds really good. Now, I know that this one is your favorite. So, Florence Henderson's looking great, feeling great.
I think if we land on this one, the little whammy's gonna come up in the bottom of the screen.
No one's going to understand that reference.
This doesn't look much better. Kitten commotion. 7 cute, cuddly kittens. They wrestle, romp, explore, lounge, and play. So it's basically YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is fan favorite SOS.
Fan favorite?
Yeah, this is one that we always keep passing by and never land on it.
That's the one, right, right.
And everybody wants us to watch it.
Well, hopefully it'll finally land on it this time.
I hope so.
It's like the 4th episode we've done.
I know.
And we still haven't landed on SOS. So.
I know. We need to land on it this time.
Okay. And then we have Tom Parks in Diabetes, a positive approach. It's a very positive thing that you got diabetes, right? I hope I have diabetes now because my lifespan will be shorter and then I can die sooner. What's next on the wheel?
Tales from Genesis Space.
I don't know what the fuck this is, but it looks amazing. And next on the wheel is my second favorite video of all time, The Art of Dining, the business lunch. The complete guide to dining etiquette for corporate go-getters, salespeople, professionals, executive horsewives, and anyone who entertains for business or social occasions. This guide will dramatically increase your social confidence when dining or as a host or guest. All right, Who Girl, let's spin this thing.
All right. Oh no, let's do it again.
Oh, fuck this.
Hold on, wait. Let's do it.
No, we can't.
Let's start again.
We
Okay,
can't.
let's just.
No.
Can we?
No, we have to. Here's the.
You're wasting a spin.
Now it's gonna land on something good and we can't watch. All right, we had the second spin. We're ready to go.
Okay, shut it off. The cease and desist order.
Oh no! It's a horror film.
Oh no, these cats are scared.
It's shot on someone's video camera.
Yeah.
This
These
looks
guys
like,
are who the
this
McNamara
doesn't
brothers
look
wish they
warm and
were.
Cute. It looks like a serial killer's home video. You know?
It looks like a snuff film for
Yeah.
cats.
Like.
Now I don't know who made this, but I'm gonna guess if they showed like an image of him or cut to footage of him, he would probably look like some sort of sex pervert. I just have a hunch.
Well, Mike, I think you can call that video a catastrophe.
You ain't kidding.
You could even say that video was a piece of shit.
What? All right, Rich, let's spin the wheel.
All right.
I can't wait to see what movie it lands on. Oh, the Dunkin' Donuts video.
All right. I'm happy with that.
Oh, a fucking spark went in my eye.
Let me get the fire extinguisher.
What if you were at the fall donut event?
What?
Dunkin' Donuts fall donut
Look at all
event.
these donuts.
It's a really old
I see.
episode. That is one of them that they landed on. I do not
So
remember
when
this
you
at all.
greet customers with a smile and a friendly inquiry, you're meeting that expectation.
I just want to see Bob Rosenberg fall off a tree stand.
Dunkin' Donuts. So when you take the time to keep
Do you think Bob Rosenberg is happy?
No.
He doesn't look happy.
He just doesn't care about this stupid video. He's happy when he goes home and he counts his executive money.
He counts his donuts.
He counts his donuts.
And that's a great way to run a business. I want to thank you for your time. And I'd also like to express my sincere appreciation
Wait, why is this graphic happening?
Because he's about to be done talking.
Is he?
Is it gonna flip away or
I
something?
think so.
Oh, now
That was
there's a
weird.
fade out.
That was weird.
He's wrapping up now, folks.
That might be the whole video.
Is that it? Was this just like the intro for an actual live event?
Yep.
Thanks, Bob Rosenberg.
All right.
All right, on to our next
Well, that
video.
was easy. Why'd you blow off the fire extinguisher?
Fire! Oh wait, we're slowing down. Oh, I don't look good or feel great, so maybe Florence Henderson will help.
This like this is. I wanted to watch this. I wanted to watch this. I wanted to watch this. I did want to watch that. But that was a horrible disappointment. But still.
Well, that's the way the wheel works, Rich. I'm so sorry.
All right, let's go.
I have my moist rouge, I have powder, I have applicators, I have my eyelash curler, and I have got a pencil sharpener for 2 different size pencils, and I have got all kinds of brushes for eyeshadow, for lipstick. I have a powder puff. I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please make welcome to the stage the incredible Shoji Tabuchi.
Oh, this is
unexpected.
This is unexpected.
This is amazing.
What do we do?
I don't know. Did we watch it?
It landed on it. I don't know. I guess.
It's a big crowd, though.
Yeah.
Shoji fills up a theater.
Shoji's supposed to be popular down in St. Louis, Missouri?
Branson, yeah. Branson, Missouri.
Something like that.
Can't believe you didn't go see Soji Tabuchi growing up, darling.
And see where everybody's from.
It's in
How
Missouri.
about our home state of Missouri?
Where's Shoji?
I have not seen the Shoji Tabuchi.
He's dead! Oh! You'll never see him now.
They know that's all anyone wants to see.
Mississippi. Louisiana. Here's one of my favorites I hope you might enjoy. It's called Why Haven't I Heard From You?
I don't watch the Shoji Tabuchi show to not see Shoji Tabuchi.
They're trying to get him cleaned up in the bag. He's
trying to get him sober.
Yeah. They're giving him coffee and trying to wake him up.
Stall them! Ask them where they're from! They should call this not Shoji Tabuchi's
Yeah,
show.
this whole thing is
No,
stupid.
it's
Random Ladies show.
It's called the No Shoji Tabuchi Show.
Oh, see, that's good.
Oh,
Thank
the
you.
no
That's
show.
good.
No show. Yeah,
You know
he's a
what?
no show.
I get it.
So
That's better than what we came up with.
there it is.
Oh my god, it's a laser film!
It's a 3D laser projection. It's the big moment we've all been waiting for. Uh-oh, I saw. This is it. This has got to be
Yeah,
it.
this has to be him.
Oh my.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please make welcome to the stage the incredible Shoji
Shoji Tabuchi!
Look at that coat.
Everybody's going out and having fun. I'm just a fool for staying home.
Oh, it's terrible. It sounds like so much impression of a Japanese man.
Well, I think we can say, if nothing else, what we watched tonight was very diverse.
By different kinds of cats in the cat video?
I guess there's diversity in each individual video, but I meant the videos overall.
Yeah, there's usually some kind of weird commonality with at least two, same actor,
No,
same
nothing
theme,
here.
Nothing.
No. The first thing we watched was Kitten Commotion. And Rich, I know you love kittens. So why don't you explain the plot of Kitten Commotion?
Why do you always go to me, Jay? Why are you always picking on me?
What are you talking about?
Oh
We
my
ask
God.
everybody.
Kitten Commotion, it's a video somebody made.
And it does not contain Grandma and her grandchildren watching.
No, it also doesn't contain kittens escaping the television like it's The Ring.
But it is family certified.
The only thing in the video is they take these poor scared cats, and then they put them in front of a blue backdrop, and then they put them in front of a blue backdrop, and they just throw some baskets on their heads.
Kitten Commotion.
Whatever garbage they found in a dumpster,
they
just
throw garbage at the cats, and then the cats don't do anything cute because they're scared and angry.
They look like they just want to leave.
Look, I didn't notice this. You know, when we first got this on the wheel, there's horrible fake posts on the back of the box. I give it 5 hairballs. Huckleberry.
Huckleberry's one of the cats in the video.
Yeah, so Huckleberry has currently reviewed his own video.
That's very biased.
And he's a cat. They can't even find fake news animals to give them quotes.
Rich, you're awful passionate about this Kitten Commotion.
I hate it.
Are you just biased because you have cat allergies?
You know, I'm going to tell you the honest thing. Everybody knows I have hideous cat allergies. Cut to wherever, picture of me with the swollen eye.
You see it, you know it's coming, right?
But I like cats. Cats are sweet. They don't get in your face. They don't slobber all over you. They mind their own business. If I was going to have a pet, if I weren't allergic, I would have a cat.
Kitten Commotion.
But I can't.
But your cat?
Sorry?
Oh, I'm not muted. Okay.
Yeah, let's get back.
That's fine. You can
let's get back
Kitten
on
Commotion all you want.
Is that what you said?
What? I
thought you were just talking about your best of the worst or whatever.
I am.
Now let's get back on cat.
This is the perfect.
Although the cat screwed up your mic or something. You're 50 miles away now.
Well, she did just bump into it.
Oh, there you go.
The proceeds of the sales of this go to some organization related to cats.
Because I was wondering if this is just a cynically, quickly thrown together cash grab. But
only partially.
Okay.
The cynically thrown together cat grab.
Stop! Stop! A perfect gift.
Why did you stretch that out?
There are 3 R's.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe Shoji Tabuchi typed it. Purr.
I spent 11 years in Louisiana and I... Oh, of course.
A perfect gift for grandma, babies.
Wait, what does it say?
Grandmas, babies, ... all ages. So from grandma to babies and anything they missed in between grandmas and babies. See, when they filmed this, they actually had trouble, I think, finding cute moments. Like they were looking for like a cat playing with the ball or playing with the sock, and what they got were confused cats, and they kept like shoving them in the baskets, and the cats keep trying to get out of the baskets to run away.
Yeah, cats aren't cute when they're confused and want to escape the environment they're in, like a mailbox.
At some point, the cats got frustrated and started viciously fighting with each other. And that's in the video as a cutesy moment.
Yeah.
Will the final chapter be cats in burlap sacks? Kitten Commotion. Yeah. I vehemently objected to it being on the wheel of the worst for obvious reasons, and I was proven right.
Did you know before we watched this that cats had 3 eyelids?
I don't give a crap.
Would you say this is better or worse than Jingle Cats?
Worse.
Oh, this is much worse. Jingle Cats is amazing.
There's lots of entertainment in that.
Jingle Cats, there was a lot of work put into
It is like a living nightmare.
Yeah.
It is so. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
I could watch it over and over. That I'll never watch again.
No.
They can get away with selling Jingle Cats 15 years after it was made because that has so much amazing ahead of its time special effects.
So is there anything else to say about Kitten Commotion? It's possibly the worst thing I've ever seen.
How many things have you said that about now, though?
Everything.
Well, okay,
It's not the worst thing we've ever seen, but it is a kitten calamity.
That was so terrible.
Were you holding back?
A kitten calamity, yeah, I was holding that one back.
Aside from the graphics, if it didn't have those graphics, and it was just like you heard the natural audio of the camera, like constantly cutting like a home video, and you hear Doug and Glenn and John. Have the cats move into the wicker baskets. You hear people talking in the background. Then it would have been worse, but at least there was music and graphics, so maybe not.
Bags? So bizarre. We're only 15 minutes in and they've already run completely out of ideas.
God, we're only halfway.
Well, let's move on to our next video, mysteriously titled Dunkin' Donuts 1994 Fall Donut Event Finishing Video with Bob Rosenberg, which just appeared one day.
This is all speculation because the experience of this video for me, okay, this video comes on, it's like a musical montage and shows donuts.
Yeah.
And then this executive comes on the screen and he starts talking. And then
His name's Bob Rosenberg.
Bob Rosenberg.
Give him some credit.
Bob Rosenberg comes on.
His name's in the fucking title. How could you forget his name?
Anyway,
He looks like a Bob Rosenberg, too.
Yeah, he does. But he starts talking, and we're all chatting amongst ourselves, waiting for this intro to end. And then Bob Rosenberg stops talking, and the video's over. Yeah. So we missed the video when we were waiting for the video to start.
No, this is just an intro video. There had to have been something after this. This had to have been part of a series of videos, and this is just the first one that you start with.
Well, I think it was something that played at a live event.
Sure.
Like some sort of gathering of Dunkin' Donuts managers or something.
And
this
franchisee
was,
owner.
Yeah, this was the introduction to that. But before Bob Rosenberg comes on, we get a little music montage that's set to a rendition, a cover of Let's Give Them Something to Talk About.
Let's give them something to talk about.
And ironically, we have nothing to talk about with the video.
Well, oh, okay. 1994 Fall Donut Event finishing video. So is this the video that finished the fall event?
It wrapped it up.
It wrapped it up. Or does finishing mean like you put the finishing touches on your donut?
Well, that's what the opening song was about. It was all about the frosting and the sprinkles and all that
the
crap.
decorations.
Here's the weird thing, right? We ripped the original label off the VHS tape, right? And we found out underneath, because we had to put this on the Wheel of the Worst, so we found out underneath the original sticker was under there, and someone fucked it up and replaced it with the new one. But it says 1994 Fall Donut Event, finishing with Bob Rosenberg, which is possibly an entirely different kind of video.
Yeah.
Bob Rosenberg saw that, and he just wasn't going to have it. So we're going to have to slap a sticker over that.
Yeah, someone messed it up and then replaced it, which I can understand to some guy who's making the VHS tape has no idea what the hell this means.
Right.
We don't know what this means. Yeah. Only people that own a Dunkin' Donuts probably understand what this video is about.
I don't know about that.
Possibly. The second video, we had two Dunkin' Donuts videos, and the second video made much more sense to us. Yeah. Jay, why don't you go ahead and grab that video?
Oh yeah, well the video was so short, it was over before we knew it was starting. So we luckily had a second Dunkin' Donuts video. This one actually says the duration, so we knew what we were getting into, and this one's called Uniformity. Anyone?
Nothing. For a video called Uniformity, there's a lot of diversity in the uniforms.
Time to fill the shelf. Now's the time, yeah, now's the time. Get fancy, finish yourself.
The strange thing about this video to me is, this seems like it's intended for owners, for middle to higher level management, but it's done in kind of a stupid, entertaining way that you'd make for a video you were trying to use to entertain, like, lower new hirees.
Yeah.
This is our policies, but our policies are fun.
Like, if you ever see
done
those...
it's done in that kind of style. It's
Yeah.
not like a dry video that you think an executive would. These are the new uniforms, and this is what you can give your employees.
Yeah.
But they do a silly dance.
Pull your hair back and hem your pants. Weather name bags don't anything.
Oh my god.
What is this, a Super Bowl show?
Yeah, that I agree.
They're a donut shop. Who cares?
They gotta give these guys some reason not to kill themselves.
I mean, they work at a fucking Dunkin' Donuts. Let's give them something to talk about.
And we're out.
And that's done. And now Shoji.
There's nowhere to go from there.
I think you're just bitter at donut shops for making Krispy Kreme change his name.
Aww.
Krispy Kreme 2012.
This is true. It makes me very sad.
That's understandable.
I love him.
It's not even wish fulfillment for the manager. Like, I can see him putting it in, watch it, and they show the manager at the beginning, and no one respects him. And he's like, when we get our new uniforms, everything's gonna change.
I'll be glad when those new uniforms get here.
But then at the end of the video, he doesn't get the new uniforms in real life. So it's sort of depressing.
Yes. You know what, though? I give it 4 stars. Out of 50.
I think we were hoping for some kind of corporate training video, but it turned out, or a video of the finishing event.
Yeah.
Or
Like a donut making competition would have been great.
Or a video of Bob Rosenberg finishing.
That could have been happening. It was a shot from like the
Here's
waist
our new
up.
frosting. Bob Rosen's his last video before being fired.
He's just drunk and fucking donut.
I got some glaze for you.
Time to fuck the donut.
Oh baby, another hard clue scroll. I'm getting a million of these lately.
Well, the Dunkin' Donuts video did not live up to the mystery of what it was about. We all wanted to see Bob Rosenberg doing something exciting, some kind of event, but it turned out just to suck.
It was short.
It was short, but not sweet, ironically. Thank you.
Now's the time, yeah, now's the time. Get fancy, finish yourself.
Let's move on to our final tape of the evening, which is the most famous tape on the Wheel of the Worst. And another
This is
horrific
my
letdown,
guy.
The Shoji
Jerk.
Tabuchi Show.
I can't even say it was a letdown.
No. Once we heard that it was just some guy who does a country music show, it's basically exactly what I expected after I heard that.
I think after a certain
Some guy just
point,
come in
like
and
maybe
steal
at
your
the
stuff, or
3.5 hour mark, it starts to sink in
Time to
what's
freaking
happening,
hop.
and that you're only halfway through, and that you have another 3.5 hours
So I was
to
gonna
go.
complain at him.
No.
And
No,
oh
he
my
apologized.
Well, do you remember when we thought we were almost done with the video, and then a screen came up that said intermission, and we're all like, oh fuck, we're only halfway there.
No, I just got a clue scroll. Guy's fine. He said I was. He's like I was the dickhead here, but no, I literally got a clue scroll. I was preparing to leave anyway.
That jerk! I bet he steal your cape in a dungeon.
Yeah.
You should probably write several angry whispers at him or something.
Well, let's set this up. It's a concert film.
It's just a concert by Shoji Tabuchi and his wife and daughter. But then he comes out, and we discovered that Shoji Tabuchi is he embodies the American dream, for one thing, and he is also a born entertainer. Unfortunately, he was born to entertain 90-year-olds.
Yeah, this was a solid 2 hours long, and once we got the gist of it, we stuck through it, and we'll show the back here, and how many fucking songs were on it.
It was 2 hours of music, and of diverse, lots of different types of music.
But they really build up the shoji, though. I mean, you know, the wife comes out, and they have like 2 different musical acts, and just sitting there, where's Shoji? Where is he? What's gonna happen when Shoji comes out? Yeah. And the laser violin starts spinning around the stage. And then his name starts coming up in giant letters.
It's really awesome.
And then you see these legs walking down the stairs, and there's lights behind him. And then he walks to the microphone. Hello, everybody.
Folks, we will try to do every kind of music there is.
I'm sure it's a Bucci.
Was he drunk or what?
I think he was both drunk and English.
Yeah,
I think it was both. Drunk English. Well, that's getting cut.
Get ready. We put together a whole mess of good old Hoda music.
We were trying to figure out the angle of the audience and what the big deal with Shoji was, because it was a fairly large theater, packed.
Pretty much.
Packed full of old people. Some of them dead, maybe.
Lots of old white people.
Yeah.
And to me, in my opinion, the music was very bland.
Yes.
Shoji goes through pretty much every genre of music.
Wow, this is the fastest clue scroll in my life so far.
Polkas, gospel, yeah.
I wish you would have done some
50s
hip-hop.
rock.
50s, and his shtick is that he plays the violin, which is also a fiddle. We discovered,
tells us.
we learned through the video that they're the exact same thing, and that he has a white fiddle that was made by NASA.
Yeah, that's a weird thing, where he gets very quiet and tells everyone to be quiet. Don't take pictures of my NASA fiddle.
Absolutely no photo, please. No camera, please. Only this segment of the show.
Yes.
It's very bizarre.
And then it glows in the dark.
And we couldn't tell if he was joking or not.
Here's the thing. Here's the problem. That's Shoji's problem in general. You can't tell when he's joking.
Yeah. He doesn't have a lot of... He's a fine fiddle/violin player. He's very good at that. He's not very charismatic. He comes across awkward on stage. There's one part where he starts stuttering uncontrollably. But it's only one part. It's very weird.
We didn't know if he was doing a bit, or if he legitimately has a stuttering problem.
That didn't sound like a bit.
Yeah.
But then again, I can't tell when this guy's joking.
Yeah.
But it's like the NASA violin thing or fiddle.
This one was specially designed for me by NASA.
He sounded dead serious. We thought he really didn't want the audience taking pictures.
Well, he didn't, because it would have ruined the effects.
Yeah, but we thought it was like is it supposed to be some kind of top secret fiddle?
I just want to go home. And is Shoji Tabuchi like a really well-known fiddler?
Oh.
Is he really like respected in that, or is it sort of like the novelty of it? Is this Japanese man is playing all these different genres of music with the fiddle?
Yeah.
What does the audience get out of it? Because to me, it's very bland.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. I mean, I'm not an expert in how well someone plays a fiddle or a violin. It sounded great to me. But the whole show is just very, very bland.
Yeah, there's a lot of production value, but it's all very just sort of like, yeah, there's nothing super, there's no edge to it, there's no, everybody's 90 years old in the crowd.
Well, looking at a crowd, looking at his crowd.
Yeah.
Since they're all 90 years old, I doubt they're not there because it's novelty, him being a Japanese fiddle player. I really think they're just looking for some nice bland entertainment that they're familiar with.
I completely agree with that.
Yeah. We were joking during the video about people there being so old that they were dying during the show, and then at the end of the show they would have a in memory of the people who died during the show.
And the coroners removing their bodies at the end.
There's a special crew every night that cleans up the corpses. The the people that stay in their seats, like, 3 hours later, pick them up. I gotta say, it's not for me. I don't think it's intended for any of us.
No, definitely not.
Both age and style of music. But I like Shoji.
You gotta respect Shoji. He explains you were out of the room and you were out of the room when he explains that he was like 7 years old in Japan, and this country group came from America. They were touring in Japan, and he saw them, and that's what led him into wanting to perform country music. And so he moved to America, and now he has this whole little enterprise, the Shoji Enterprise. He's performing for large theaters of people in Branson, Missouri.
He has his own dancers. He has his own backing band.
Yeah.
He is the embodiment of the American dream.
Absolutely.
Well, I find the whole thing suspicious. I said Shoji was the Tommy Wiseau of music, mainly because he's I guess you could say he's charismatic in a fun way.
He's awkward. He's dweeby.
Yeah.
Is that a good word to describe him? He's kind of a dweeb.
Yeah. He's almost charismatic by virtue of being so strange.
Okay.
By being so uncharismatic.
But he's not like really bizarre like a Tommy Wiseau, who is just so weird.
Unlike Tommy Wiseau, he's talented.
Yeah.
Okay, bad example. But there's a million musicians out there that are all very good. Why is he leading a big show as this amazing front man who everyone has to go to see? Do people love him? Is he charming as much as it appears that he is? I didn't think he was. I thought he was a very good musician, but the head of the ringleader of this big grand show?
Yeah.
I didn't quite see it. Unless there, he just has a whole bunch of money and was just like a Tommy Wiseau, who's like, here's a whole bunch of money, I'm making my own movie. And Shoji Tabuchi is like, I have a whole bunch of money, I'm gonna be a band leader and run this whole show. Because it's weird when someone becomes famous and successful and you kind of go, how?
Yeah, well, that would explain why his daughter is such a big part of the show, because she's not very talented. She's not a good singer, but she's featured prominently.
But he also pointed out that his wife is the one that puts together all of the shows. So he also has his wife hired on, and so it's like a family ordeal.
Yeah.
So the wife probably puts the daughter on. She's like, you're going to be another Shoji.
Would you do service for Jesus, your King? There's power in blood, power in the blood. Would you live daily His praises to sing? There's wonderful power in the blood. There is power, wonder-working power in the blood.
It's not loud, it's not obnoxious, it's not offensive in any way. It's very mild, and anyone can enjoy it if you like any of these genres of music.
Well, he takes each genre of music and makes it bland.
That's what people like.
Yeah.
I guess so.
It's like Perkins food.
It's the old country buffet of music, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love the 50s. Are you enjoying the dancing?
Mild applause.
Yeah.
Can I say that you're lumping all older people into a stereotype?
Well,
that they'll
obviously
accept
not
anything
all
that's
old
bland.
people, but
Jay Leno.
yeah.
Here's the thing though, he covers a wide range of different styles of music.
Okay.
You know, you can kind of pluck out what you like and then nap for the other hour and a half.
Here's another question I posed to the panel. Shoji Tabuchi and his show, is it only successful because it's the headlining event in Branson, Missouri? If Shoji took his act around the country to Los Angeles and New York, or would he get booed out of theaters?
Doesn't matter.
I don't know if he would get booed out of theaters. I don't know if
think he would
there would
sell.
be enough of an interest for him to come.
Yeah.
Because when we first started showing up on the wheel, like, we had never heard of him. But then we started getting messages from people saying, like, I live near Branson, everybody knows him here. So he's very popular in that area.
It's local.
Yeah.
It's like a local show.
Yeah.
Maybe his tickets are super cheap.
Maybe they get free tickets with admission to the water park.
There you go. You know, the best part is that you can go to shoji.com and you can still buy this VHS tape. Still. That's great.
You know why? Because he has
He's got a warehouse full of them.
Yeah.
It's just his whole garage. He just wants Dorothy, his wife, is just bitching because she can't park in the garage anymore.
His home is made of VHS tapes.
When is our daughter gonna be a superstar?
She's just throwing whiskey bottles at him.
I told you she'd be in the show. She'd be successful.
She's 35 now. Oh yeah. He introduces his the band members, and one of them is from Milwaukee, and we're pretty sure it's Jeffrey Dahmer.
Next gentleman is from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yay!
The audience is just like silent.
Yeah.
That's not the South.
Well, it looks like Jeffrey Dahmer.
It is Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh my God!
It's very possible.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Dahmer had a very short-lived career as part of the Shoji Tabuchi.
As a squeeze box player.
Yeah.
It didn't work out, and well, we all know what happened.
From Milwaukee.
Well, I think that's all we can say about the Shoji Tabuchi show. 2 hours of fine, bland entertainment for elderly white people. Now we have 3 videos. We'll discard this since it wasn't part of our original 3 videos that we picked. And now is the time of the night when we pick the best of the worst. I'll start.
Okay.
I think the best of the worst was none of these videos. Thank you.
You gotta pick one. Pick one.
I have to pick one?
This should be
Shoji
obvious.
Tabuchi. Shoji Tabuchi is definitely the best of the worst. Most entertaining, musically entertaining video. The rest are the crappy ones.
I completely agree with what you just said. While it was the longest video that we watched, it had a variety of things.
Oh
so
no, the
even if
Shoji.
you didn't like
I was just looking into Shoji Tabuchi, wondering what they were doing after his death. But apparently they sold the Shoji Tabuchi theater last year. He just retired.
Rip.
Why did he die? Sad. I miss Shoji. Shoji was too pure for this world. Man, I really am gonna have to start the gauntlet soon. It'll be time to make or break my luck there. For my bow of Ferdinand. It'll chide me when I'm an idiot. Nice ring square shield drop. Thanks, bros.
Like one thing, you know, maybe he would do something.
Right, next. What are you giggling about? Which episode are you watching?
One of the canon Christmases he's breaking to.
Welcome to a politically charged
Dancing with a weird doll.
Best of the worst.
Unintentional.
Whatever you think politically, we got you covered today.
I did not remember that aspect of this.
I know.
Yeah, me either. I just remember lots of bad shots.
We've had this. What was the first time? First time we saw this was definitely pre-Best of the Worst, right?
No, it was post the start of Best of the Worst, but it was at least in the first like handful of episodes.
Okay.
This movie, Clash of the College, is from 2011, and we've had it for probably close to a decade.
Yes.
Why did we not do this sooner?
That's a very good question.
I'm doing good. How are you? Definitely, yeah. How does 10 o'clock sound?
I was actually thinking more like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm gonna be listening to Rush Limbaugh at that time.
That's when she says, I think we're done.
Clash
in the College is on our go-to shelf of bad movie night movies.
But we haven't watched it in probably 7-8 years.
It's been a while since we've watched it. It was sent to us by an actor in the film who wrote us a very long note, two pages worth of notes about his experience filming Clash in the College. I won't divulge the details of this note. I'll put it safely back into the film. But the film...
The important part is that the actors were all paid for their embarrassment.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm very glad to hear that.
Yeah.
That's the gist of the note, is that the director is a guy named Paul Katupali.
No, that's right. Katupali.
Katupali.
We might be mispronouncing it.
Oh, I
wrong.
thought you gave up and just called him Polly.
He's just Polly.
Paul Katupali. In the film, he plays a character named Krishna. And
Definitely a college student. Hello, fellow kids.
Older people can go back to college.
That's true.
I don't know. I have no idea what is happening. I say all right.
Is he in a phone sex line? What's happening? Like to walk around the courtyard while I'm talking to phone sex operators.
Oh, yeah. Can I help you?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
I'm trying to get to the bus stop.
Nice meeting you.
It's nice meeting you too.
You're creeping me out, dude.
Please let me know if you need anything.
Fuck off! He turns around and starts following that other girl.
Yeah. Did he just end his phone conversation? Well, it's based on a true story. So while he's his current age, I think he's talking about events that happened in his college experience.
But it's the based on a true story aspect, it's a true story in the sense that these are real things, real political opinions.
The back of the box says, because we didn't intro this.
Yeah.
So it was a quiet, it was a quite college campus. I've had a couple beers, so my
no,
brain.
that does say quite.
That tracks.
My brain corrected it for what it was supposed to be, but
Yeah.
it does say it was a quite college campus until a professor lusts after a student becomes a radical, an activist falls in love, then the passions flare up.
Politicians screwing hookers and priests screwing children.
What happens when ideologies collide? A gripping, capital G-N gripping, tale of romance, drama, action, comedy, suspense, and separation? Those are all like classic genres of film. But
I love separation films.
Separation films.
It's this and Kramer versus Kramer.
Sure.
That's it.
Wasn't there a movie where a Siamese twin that was like cut off and left for dead came back for revenge? That would be a separation movie.
Oh, Basket Case.
Basket Case.
The classic Frank Henenlotter film, yeah.
Classic separation.
That is my
movie.
favorite separation film.
There's some more text on the front here. A great movie full of, this are, again, quotes attributed to no one.
Yeah.
A great movie full of surprises, exciting, educating, entertaining. No period, no commas, no attributions.
Sure.
An ideological clash of values erupts in a quite college campus.
They did it again.
They did it again. After
Which means it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a typo.
No. Again, the man may not, English is probably not his first language, and spell check doesn't catch quite and quiet.
That's true.
We'll cut him a break there. Erupts in a quite college campus after the professor of mathematics casts her lustful eyes on one of her students. Quote,
She was a math teacher?
Yeah.
Algebra.
No.
That's why she had her students doing a book report.
How's the assignment going?
Well, I just finished the first section. Goss as a child prodigy.
It's a good start.
The man put his nose into so many different things. I mean, mathematics, statistics, analysis, differential geometry.
I just picture him practicing that like 100 times. Jesus. What?
You should get some rest. How does this happen?
I just don't know.
How can editing be this bad?
One of the actors that worked on this film sent us a letter, sent us this film a long time ago. We would watch it for fun. We've never featured it on the show, surprisingly. And he said the actors all got paid. They got paid $100 a day. But the director, who's in the film, was very specific. Say the lines as I wrote them.
Yeah.
Don't ad-lib. Don't try to make them sound more natural. Say the lines, and after a while, all the actors are just like, whatever.
And in
We're getting
classic
paid.
Samurai Cop, Amir Shervan style, the dialogue does not quite translate.
What is it exactly?
Well, we have a lot of high school dropouts. The dropouts rates are very high among minorities. I mean, in some states like Georgia, the graduation rate for African Americans is just 44%. For Hispanics, the graduation rate is just 32%. So I want to encourage higher education for minorities.
That's a great vision.
Plus, we've also got to educate American kids.
Why does the car only make noises when she's talking? It's more the subject matter is just really odd.
Well, does anyone remember the movie Higher Learning, the John Singleton movie? That was like a college, it took place at a college, and like one kid, he ended up like becoming a Nazi. One girl discovered she was gay. It was like little stories, but this is way more blunt.
You see, since the 1990s, we have been increasingly diagnosing our children with bipolar disorder and starting them on costly medications.
I honestly believe conservative ideals will help to put our economy back on track.
Compete with developing nations if our kids don't go to college.
What other nation is taking in 1 million immigrants a year?
This week, I'm going to San Francisco to attend a pro-gay rally. Rush Limbaugh, Newt Gingrich.
I don't want to do any premarital stuff.
I was just raped
by that psycho, and you want to keep the baby?
35th anniversary of Roe versus Wade.
A real challenge from China.
Just redistribution of wealth.
For what, killing thousands in Iraq and Afghanistan?
A big welfare state.
An increase in global temperature.
Socialism failed everywhere.
War on terror. Global warming.
I've been worrying a lot about James lately. He doesn't believe in evolution anymore, and he's criticizing Obama at the drop of a hat.
It's like you just meet somebody at a bus stop, and they just start talking to you about Glenn Beck.
Yeah, just out of the blue.
He talks about out-of-control government, corrupt politics, gerrymandering, entitlement programs, welfare programs that borrow money from China.
A bus stop that you're not intending to get on the bus.
No,
you just sit there and have a conversation, and then you leave.
Walk away.
But it's kind of like it touches on lots of different angles politically. And it's kind of like when people talk about like South Park, like, oh, they're making fun of everybody equally. That's this movie, except in this case it's unintentionally funny.
Well, last night I was watching Countdown with Keith Olbermann on MSNBC, and he showed Sarah Palin as the worst person in the world.
I can believe that.
That's funny.
Yeah, I never miss his program.
Well, it's hard to not talk about this film without talking about its writer and director, Paul Katrupali, who plays Vishnu. Krishna?
Krishna.
Vishnu is a Hindu god?
Vishnu was like Temple of Doom.
Yeah. Paul Katrupali plays Krishna, what we assume is a college student, although he's just sort of like a ghost that just floats from scene to scene and involves himself in the lives of people who are much younger than him.
That would be an exciting twist at the end of the movie if it turned out he was like an angel or something.
Sure.
And he floated away.
But it's hard to nail down exactly what his political angle is. I think it's more right/conservative leaning.
I think it's just more he wants to make a film about how college shapes people.
I think
for the worse.
They don't have strong opinions when they go into this movie.
Right.
And then by the end, everybody's got their strong opinions and diverging and they're clashing. They're all clashing.
Yeah, I don't think it's meant to give you any sort of like point of view specifically from Paul, whatever his face is. I don't think he's trying to tell you how to think. He's just showing all these different things.
No wonder our society is one big chaotic mess. We're destroying the most basic human relationships and boundaries.
I'm fighting just to concentrate.
Of course you're struggling.
And so there's scenes with a doctor whose office is in a Holiday Inn.
Well, everything is in a Holiday Inn.
Who she loves Madame Curie.
Are you having regular pap smears?
No.
All right, I recommending having regular pap smears.
I usually get irregular pap smears.
81 rate.
They use a penis?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Who is that on your wall?
That is Madame Curie.
It's not on her wall. It's on the table, leaning against the wall.
You can't hang up your own art at the Holiday Inn, Rich.
Why not like that thing that's behind her? Take that down and just put it on there.
But they can't converse about it if it's behind her.
You can't get this beautiful shot if it's behind you. He's the only bag on the baggage claim area.
That's not even moving.
And it's not moving.
Well, let's go through our characters.
Okay. Yeah.
We start the film with
James Wagner.
James Wagner, a bright-eyed college student who just got off the plane from Arizona.
Pennsylvania, because of course we're in Pennsylvania.
He's so bright-eyed, he gets off the plane. He doesn't even have an apartment.
Hi, I'm looking for a single-bedroom apartment. I saw your ad on Craigslist.
Why was there... All right, we know he's got 20 different camera angles. Why is there a jump cut?
He just didn't have the right footage. He had to combine two different takes.
Use one of your many
It's the only
angles.
option, Rich. It's the only option he had in editing.
He's a clean slate. His mind is a clean slate. He's been uncorrupted by politics, as he says in the film. I don't care about politics.
Yeah.
He's a clean slate. He's the only one on the plane. He's the only one in the airport. He uses the airport phone to call and say, I need an apartment. And so the girl on the other line's like, it's $500 a month. He's like, do you have a discount for students? She's like, no.
Welcome to the real world, punk.
Welcome to the real world. Welcome to capitalism.
So then he walks very slowly.
He has a bad case of the hemorrhoids. Walks out of the airport into the setting sun.
Into an awkward edit.
To an awkward transition where he ends up in the children's section of a library where he meets his slutty college professor, a lady who lives in 2 hotel rooms, who inappropriately starts hitting on him and says, you can stay in my house.
Wait, that was an exterior shot of a house, but we're clearly in a Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
No, Rich, this is her house.
It's her house.
She had it designed to look like a Holiday Inn.
I want to see this other bedroom that he's supposed to be staying in. Oh, it's going to be the walkthrough.
Yeah, they rented 2 rooms, one for her house and one for her office.
What?
They couldn't even come up with any way to hide it.
It's very nice.
It's a hotel, so, you know.
Look bigger on the outside.
Is this the only room in this 6-bedroom house?
Why does the hallway have 37 other doors?
They have these plastic guards at the corner of the walls that prevent it.
What would life be like if we had never discovered Best of the Worst?
We'd have a lot less to watch on YouTube.
Plastic corner guards.
You have to watch I Ate Your Pie play the Kaizo Iron Man.
Fortunately, he's not even streaming right now, so we couldn't.
No, I just mean in general.
This isn't.
No.
This is beyond like a cultural barrier or a language barrier. There is no explanation to how anyone could think that constant hotel rooms pass for anything other than hotel rooms.
We've got hotel rooms, multiple different houses, presumably a couple of apartments. It's a doctor's office.
It's like a hall, like a speaking hall. Or
It's
something.
some kind of like conference area.
Yeah.
It's a single bedroom that's got 2 beds in it.
That's her master bedroom.
That's her master bedroom.
Yeah. Every once in a while, there's just someone hanging out in the background of these rooms too. I don't know. Who that is.
It's a place where people come to meet and talk about they have apparently it's some kind of political club. they just come together and they talk about politics.
Yeah.
Rich, I wanted to say, if you have a master bedroom with 2 beds in it, you only have to make your bed every other day.
It's genius. That's genius, Mike.
I know. And that's why she's a mathematician professor, right?
Characters.
Characters.
Let's keep going.
We're going to start with characters.
All right, then the next one we meet is John Benet Ramsey.
Yes. John Benet Ramsey, she escaped murder in Colorado and fled to Pennsylvania where she became an actress.
She's introduced to the scene with Dr. Lady, where we're introduced to the Madame Curie painting that is not hanging on her wall.
No, because you can't put a nail in the wall of a Holiday Inn. They'll get mad.
So it's awkwardly on a table, leaned up against the wall.
And everything that was on that table has been moved onto the air conditioner in the background.
Prepackaged coffee creamer and
the
straws.
single cup coffee makers back there.
James Wagner and John Benet Ramsey are a love couple. But we'll get it.
Oh, fuck! You just spilled
We're just spilling beer all over her.
All over your precious Gremlins
movie prop.
Sorry, Rick Baker.
This is your legacy.
Oh, Mike, you're such a good steward of this invaluable piece of history.
The paint's coming out, the alcohol.
Oh, no.
He's okay. He's okay.
Fine.
No. Oh,
Fell.
no.
He just fell.
Yeah, he fell.
It was your idea to put a beer in his hand.
It absolutely was not my idea to put a beer in his hand. I want to make that clear. I did not destroy one of America's treasures.
He'll be all right. He's not gonna drink a beer anymore. He's just gonna chill.
He's gonna fall over.
He's gonna chill.
This is horrible.
Back to Clash in the College. We got.
Whatever you do, don't forward this video to Joe Dante, please.
Rick Baker, can you fix this?
Could you just make us a brand new one?
Email us on our web zone if you can send us a new gremlin, Rick Baker.
We're destroying the most basic human relationships and boundaries.
Let's talk about our pivotal bus stop scenes. Bus stop scene 1.
Oh, that's our. We're introduced to
Sarah.
Sarah meets. Does she meet?
Well, she walks to the bus stop, and then her professor also comes to the bus stop.
Professor Handkerchief.
Slayer.
Oh, hello, Sarah.
Hi, Professor Harvey.
Oh, he's
Gross.
I'm doing pretty good.
Just blowing my nose with my old dirty handkerchief.
Well, recently many for-profit colleges have entered into this business. Many students are going into huge debt. They're going
It's like they thought the cut would hide the fact that he flubbed his line somehow. You'll be distracted by the change of angles.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
Sure, my pleasure.
Have a good day.
Same to you.
Thank you.
She sat down.
She was waiting for the bus.
Bus stop scene 2 is also Sarah, who meets
Quentin.
who starts immediately talking about like right-wing politics.
Yeah, he's a little right-winger.
It's, the government is adding trillions of dollars to our national debt every year to take care of the needs of the people.
Well, that's certainly something to think about.
I think everybody should think about it.
What is that weird shadow on him?
That looks like a camera on a tripod.
Somebody else is waiting for the bus.
Oh.
Do you think they filmed
a robot is waiting for the bus?
Do you think they filmed these scenes the same day they filmed the other scenes, considering she's wearing the same clothing and it's the same time of day?
No.
No? You think?
No. Obviously, it's a different day.
There's a different
Gotta use
person
the
at the
bus
bus
again.
stop, yeah.
Okay, you're right. There's a different person at the bus
Your
stop.
job is to kill 121 gargoyles. I have never gotten a gargoyle task.
I'll have fun.
I don't think I've had them unlocked until recently as well. Anyway, I just killed a gnome. That's still my favorite part about this game is when you're just trying to walk and you click a gnome and he dies instantly. Just freaking. I didn't even know until I heard him die too. I didn't even mean to hit him. I killed a gnome. Okay, let's read about gargoyles. Cause I think I need something to kill them. A rock hammer, a rock thrown hammer, a great hammer must be used. There's a gargoyle boss. How do I do it? Can I just do it any time, or do I have to unlock the gargoyle boss? You have to obtain a brittle key from gargoyles. Okay, well that's kind of fun. Wow, that's annoying. You have to smash them with the hammer. Gargoyle Smasher perk. Oh, we're buying that right now. Automatically smash the goyles. Where's that? Gargoyle Smasher, here we go. Perfect. Alright. Well, that's going to make this a lot less miserable. They are weak to crush. And the superiors attack with other stuff. That's kind of interesting. You just move, though. Oh, okay. Whatever. Whatever. And apparently you melee them because they have defense against everything else. Okay. I can do that. Let's go kill some gargoyles. Let's go kill some gargoyles. What's my strongest crush weapon? I guess. Let's see. It's probably Dragon Hosta or the Dragon Mace. Which of these is better? Oh, the Dragon Mace has prayer bonus. Yeah, we're going with that. This is fun. New enemy. It's been a long time since I fought a new Slayer enemy type. I probably want to have a Slayer ring to get back and forth between the Goyles and where I am. So gargoyles are on the Slayer's top floor and basement, but the basement is a... Okay, I teleported the wrong place. Great. I'm very smart. How do I get to the basement? Climb down this ladder. Blood... What? Hey! Ah, gargoyles over here. Okay. Are they aggressive? Yes. The frick? Hold on. Something's gone horribly awry here. Where's my mace?
What if in your stocking was Discovery Seasons 3 and 4?
No. It cannot be. There's the mace. Alright, what's cool from these guys? Granite Mall? That's pretty much it. Oh, achievement unlocked! A smashing time! Get it? Because I smashed him. Iron Man can't receive this clue step. That's weird. I got boots that I can put in a stash for a clue step, but Iron Man can't get this clue step. I don't know why. It's because of the adamant boot requirement? I guess that's really high for a medium clue actually. Yeah, it's like 70 something Slayer. Yeah. Probably why.
So wait, you're not allowed to do the clue?
I just no. So you need like equipment for some of the clue steps, but Iron Man just can't get this. They can't get the the clue can't put them and say do this step because I guess they figured adamant boots are too hard for low level Iron Man to get. Which kind of makes sense. Anyway, I got a 1 out of probably. I'm assuming it's 1 out of 128. These stupid boots. Kind of funny. 1 out of 128. All the boots are, but they're pretty much useless. Need to get this stuff. There we go. Yeah, this is a chill task. The dragon mace gives +5 prayer, so like my prayer lasts for like 8 minutes. I can just sit here. What are those boys up
Did
to
he
now?
leave it again?
Tim rubbed his singing cat shirt.
And she's going back the direction she just came from.
Is she smiling because she knows how stupid that is?
Third bus stop scene is James Wagner
And
John
Quentin.
Bonet.
I think this is where James Wagner meets Quentin.
Yes.
That's
yes.
Hi, I'm Quentin. James Wagner.
Do you think they filmed this at the same time of day as the other scenes?
I guess I can try to come.
Did you hear me laughing at drowning cats and decide to jump in my lap?
No one's gonna leave?
Ow!
Oh my god.
I can't believe they waited for a bus.
Because the whole idea is that there are different factions, and then there's Redhead Girl, like super liberal left-wing Redhead Girl who's like climate change, you know, equal rights, blah blah blah, pro-choice. She's like the polar opposite.
She's the opposite of Quentin.
Oh, it's about conservatives lying to the Americans about war on terror, global warming, the economy, the usual.
The usual.
Yeah.
I just attended a Glenn Beck rally. You want to be friends?
Oh yeah, that's a really good one.
She's giving her liberal propaganda. Don't read that. Ann Coulter.
Well, now everything's missing.
Wait, she has a book by Ann Coulter and she's a liberal.
Now I'm so confused.
I don't think Krishna knows what he's doing. She's also reading a book by Ariana Huffington. And so she mentions that, but here's Ariana Huffington and Ann Coulter. They go well together. They'll just put these both on your book list. And then, which I think was a mistake.
Yeah.
I don't know if the guy picked the books by the titles and Ann Coulter's
He
title
probably
was
saw written
ironic.
by a lady. Oh, it's probably liberal.
Right. And so she's a character. The thing that stands out as being out of place is like the professor-student relationship, which doesn't have any kind of political angle to it.
I had a dream last night.
Really?
Yeah.
About it?
I can't explain the dream.
It was about you. And us in a hotel room.
Where are you going? I thought he was just gonna drive off the edge of the parking lot.
They bring up at the very end, because James Wagner, they start sleeping together.
Yes.
And
Well,
then at the
not at
end-
first.
Not at first. There's some flirting. He gets on the bed with her and touches her leg. And
He does a book report for her in the children's section of the library.
They go out to like Denny's and they're like talking about. He's like laughing.
He's
about,
like talking about being drunk and
yeah,
puking
he's
on
like, he's
himself.
Like, I once did 14 shots in one night and I passed out and I vomited all over myself.
And she's like, "Do me now."
I ended up probably doing close to around 25, 30 shots in one night.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and vomited in my sleep. And instead of my friends being like, maybe we should call the police, maybe we should call a doctor and see if like, they were like, no, we're just gonna watch him. My friends are awesome. I love my friends. No, I wouldn't. I'm fine.
He didn't die. Oh no!
Oh. Who were they with in that last scene?
They were with friends.
And then at the end, when they break up, he cites an imbalance in their power. They have an imbalanced power dynamic.
That gargoyle dropped $10,000.
It's not really established.
The heck?
No, it's
He's
not
rich.
at all.
He's rich.
That was the problem, Professor. I never got to express my feelings.
I think we had a great and dynamic relationship.
It wasn't an equal.
Jeez, the sound mixing in Clash at the College is bad. Who would have guessed?
Relationship. You always exerted your power on me.
When?
When?
In the classroom, you were an intellectual giant. Well, I can't even make a C.
There's a classroom?
You own a big home, and I can't even pay the rent on time in your home. It's always been about the power.
James. We broke all the rules in our relationship.
Oh my god, she's an alien.
Giving you a grade more than you deserve.
What is happening?
There's two audio tracks doubling.
Yeah.
There's an echo, but medical center. it's like a SNL skit.
Oh, I forgot about the doctor!
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that whole relationship runs throughout the movie, and that isn't political at all. And not even sure what the point was.
Because it's so different from everything else.
Yeah.
Also, everything with Krishna is different from everything else. He doesn't really have a huge politics have influenced me angle.
Hi. Yeah, what can I get you?
Do you have pizza?
What?
Do you have pizza?
Oh, pizza. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
It's a pizza restaurant. We have that. And apparently someone's already helped him. Here, oh, just any pizza?
Oh my God, their service is great.
I know.
That's the pizza they gave him? It's missing lots of different pizza.
What are these round things?
They're pepperoni.
Pepper?
Pepperoni.
What is it?
It's like a pork or beef.
Pork? I'm sorry, I cannot eat that. I thought there's some kind of grease. Sorry.
Is this a Tim and Eric sketch?
I don't even think we need to discuss this. We just need to just play the whole movie. There's no way to describe it. I think it's semi-autobiographical. I think these were some of the things he experienced when he came to America and went to college. The learning how to say words right. There's a scene, a famous scene.
I know what you're going to say.
They're all famous scenes.
When he's like, I think he just shot up a load of heroin and he's laying on the hotel room bed and he's barely able to function and he's calling some kind of hotline and the woman on the hotline is like, how do you say your name? He's like,
Hi, I am calling to cancel my account.
No problem, sir. What is your last name?
Kattupalli.
Okay. Could you please spell that for me?
Kattupalli.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't quite understand that. Can you spell it again, a little more slowly?
Why is he so sleepy?
K as in king.
Okay.
A as in apple.
I'm sorry. What did you before A?
Did he intend to film the other end of this conversation and didn't? That's why there's jump cuts. I guess there's jump cuts throughout the whole movie, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. 2 keys.
And U as an umbrella.
What does that mean?
He's.
Why is he so sleepy?
I don't know why he's sleepy, but his struggle is that he has a weird Indian name and people in America have a hard time understanding him.
Yes,
sure.
And the spelling of his name. That's what he's saying through this very long scene. And
Oh
then
my
now
God.
the scene's over.
But what does that scene or anything with his character have to do with the rest of the story?
Nothing. Nothing. That's his transition into America, his discovery of snow. He's discovering snow for the first time. And then so maybe he like jumped into this like a college campus where all these like rich privileged white kids are arguing about politics back and forth.
Yeah.
And he's like, "What? I'm happy just to be here." And they're like, taxes, welfare, and then global warming, and he's like, "What?" He doesn't know what to make of this. And
I'm just happy to see snow.
He's
got a different perspective from everybody else.
Yes, and so he's thrown, and that's his like. This is his film, explaining like, and maybe his professor hit on it.
Oh, when you get when I get the gargoyle key, I get a permanent unlock to the boss. That's kind of interesting. It's kind of weird. Drop a whole bunch of weird stuff. Does any of it matter? Probably not.
slept in her house. I really don't know. Or maybe another student did, and he knew about it.
It could be.
So maybe he's like, this is America. This is his weird, like, take on American college campuses, done in a very, very well-crafted film.
How do you say water?
What was that?
I will write it down.
Yeah. Oh, water.
It's water. It's water.
You sick? Water. Push your lips.
Water.
Water.
Water. How do you say?
Hey. You're sleepy.
I'm sorry, I'm so sleepy.
I gotta say though, I doubt very many college students religiously listen to Rush Limbaugh to the point where they would turn down sex with a hot blonde.
That was a pretty funny scene.
That was the line delivering of the film.
I'm gonna be listening to Rush Limbaugh at that time.
The most amazing, accurate thing he said in his film is that politics turn people against each other and to violence.
Yeah.
Hence the titular clash.
Hence the titular
We get a
clash.
couple clashes. I would have liked some more clashes in this Clash in the College film.
It was ideological clash. It wasn't as fun as like somebody pulling a gun out of their vest. I was hoping we get more guns.
The physical clash that we got was man in truck pulls in.
Caesar.
Caesar pulls into an empty parking lot
in the middle of nowhere.
It's the same parking lot that the mathematician's house is in.
Oh, this country. We're supposed to be proud of it.
Who are you? Who are you?
He's burning a flag with antifreeze.
Why is he pouring windshield wiper fluid?
He's burning a flag by himself.
Yeah, you do that to make like a statement in front of people. He's just in an empty parking lot.
No, you shouldn't do that. Why? This is my First Amendment right. Don't abuse the Constitution that way, man. You'll feel sorry. Dude, what the hell's your problem? You threatening me?
Come on, no.
We got a clash! We got a clash!
They're clashing! Protect the flag, Quentin! At all costs!
Oh! Whoa! This is my country. This isn't Pakistan. You can't just burn the red, white, and blue like that.
Yes, you can! You absolutely can! Because this isn't Pakistan!
Yes.
Rich, we're gonna have a clash in the college. Quentin's right to stop him from burning the flag.
If that man wants to pour windshield wiper fluid on his flag, he's allowed to, God damn it.
Although he could burn the flag on his private property, he shouldn't start a fire in a public parking lot. Which leads Caesar later months later, to kidnap Sarah while she's jogging and repay her into getting a baby.
But we never come back to any of our other characters for the rest of the movie.
No.
Everybody just falls to the wayside.
And I'm surprised Sarah stayed with Quentin when Quentin turned her down for sex.
Yeah.
Let's stop there. I don't want to do any premarital stuff.
Not even hand and mouth stuff? Okay, this relationship's over.
I guess we're done.
You fucking loser.
Oh, I'm going to that creation museum.
I'm going with my friend Glenn Beck.
But then, yeah, the climax is she gets repaid, and she becomes pregnant, and it's definitely not Quentin's because he refuses to have sex till he's married.
I'm pregnant.
No. No, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
The pregnancy test came back positive.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
I got the ultrasound too.
It's in my hoodie.
And then she wants to have an abortion, and Quentin can't deal with that.
Yeah.
The end.
He says, I'm sticking with
Yeah,
the end.
It feels like it just feels so suddenly because we've, it's been a movie about like 6 characters, and the end is just like the 2 of them. It's just, everyone else just falls out of the movie.
We often, there's been many movies we've watched where we're like, that's it, it's over. This is the most extreme example of that.
We shouldn't punish this innocent child for what Caesar did.
The guy's name is Caesar?
Yeah. His last name's Salad. That's unfortunate.
I don't change my convictions for any circumstance.
Screw your convictions, then I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah!
You should have left him when he said he wouldn't have sex with you.
She doesn't even know where she's supposed to go. Just wandering in the background. Is that the end of the movie?
What happened to all of the other characters?
They all quit the film.
She gets out of his car and just starts wandering towards like a bike trail or something. She looks like she doesn't know where she's going. And then the title comes up.
She goes in one direction, and then she decides to go behind like the sign. She's like, maybe she'll hide behind the sign until it says cut.
Yeah, she didn't
Then
know
comes
when they were
back
going to
out.
stop filming.
Well, that's Quentin and Sarah, but prior to that, James Wagner and math professor who he's sleeping with have a falling out. They have an argument.
Yeah, but at least it feels like that was 15 minutes earlier. Like
Right.
what
Oh,
would
yeah.
be the resolution to his story.
What happened with him and John Bonet?
Her issue, I don't know if it
Is that because he wouldn't go on the date because he was listening to Rush Limbaugh?
Yeah, I think so.
They're talking about how mammals evolved from reptiles millions of years ago.
What did you say? Evolved? You believe in evolution.
I can't see you anymore.
Not one transitional fossil has been found in the past 150 years that proves evolution. All the so-called evidence that the evolutionists...
Ah, who's that?
Because then we get introduced to a new story element. Out of the blue, she gets a phone call from her mother saying, me and your dad are getting divorced because he's an alcoholic and he beats me every day.
Evelyn, there's bad news for you, sweetie.
What's going on, Mom?
I'm separating from your dad.
What?
He's completely addicted to alcohol and he's been abusing me almost every day now.
I'm trying to learn my books.
I keep wanting to look away out of like embarrassment, but I know the movie doesn't know.
Raise your passenger door.
seat's open. There you go. Yeah, adjust that camera.
Scree! If you were a Scree!
Don't let me miss anything.
Scree!
I can't control that.
I'm killing.
Promises.
How do you feel? Actually, where in the taxonomy do gargoyles fit? Are they bats?
No, they're lame whales.
Okay, that's fair. So you're not upset with me killing all these lame whales? That's good.
No. They're lame.
Very reassuring.
It's Tylenol, but whatever. She's got deadly pills.
She's taking a lot of
Pain
Tylenol.
relief. Is she distraught about her parents divorcing?
Yes.
She's gonna kill herself?
Yes.
And then that makes her so suicidal that she's going to try and get rid of her headache. And then she...
100 Tylenol.
She's going to take all the Tylenols. But then she decides to not do that. She puts it back in the bottle.
Yeah.
And then she
Who
opens
wants to go out like peacefully with a bunch of sleeping pills?
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be a shitty way to go. Why not?
Yeah, slit your fucking
Why not-
wrists.
Whenever I feel down or depressed, I just look at that picture to increase my persistence.
We actually got something related to something that happened earlier?
But why some say
Oh, what did I miss? Madam Curie and John F. Kennedy are inspiring her not to kill herself. Oh, of course they are.
She opened up a dresser drawer. She put the pills back in the bottle.
Yeah.
And she opened up a dresser drawer that only had in it a tiny blade and a wireless microphone set up. And then she went in the bathtub, and now she's thinking about JFK.
Is she watching a TV with JFK
No,
on it?
she's thinking about it.
She's thinking about JFK. She thought about Madame Curie and her talk to the doctor and her picture of JFK, and then she thought of JFK.
She gets a eraser, goes in the bathtub, but then remembers the inspiring words of JFK. Ich bin ein Berliner. I am a jelly donut. And then decides to not slit her wrists in the bathtub of the Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
Over her
With
parents.
the tiniest razor you've ever seen.
Yeah, over her fucking parents' divorce.
Yeah.
Who fucking cares? You're in college. And then that's the end of her character.
It doesn't feel like the end of a story, but that is the end of her
That's
story.
the end of her story.
And I think it's after that, then it's the full Quentin and Sarah show for the rest of the film.
Yes.
There's no resolution to anything with Krishna.
Okay, fold your legs. Yeah, widen your legs. Like this.
Like this?
Yeah, like this. Yeah.
Like
As
this?
wide as you can.
Okay, I'd appreciate it if you would tell me what to do before doing it on me first.
Oh, all right, no problem.
The movie does not realize he's creepy. I'm convinced the movie thinks he's the comic relief.
Hey!
Hey,
How are you?
doing fine. How are you?
Good. Hey,
I think you made this movie to be pervy on young women.
Krishna, there's been something that I've been wanting to tell you for a long time.
What is it?
I've been having a lot of feelings for you.
You never told me.
I don't know how to express them, you know?
With a gentle hug.
Oh, that was it. That was the extent of it.
That's all she would do.
That was, yeah.
Daddy, take off your bra and touch your water. No. Your water down below. No, Krishna. Only my boyfriend touches my water.
The college professor, I mean, she could have been taken before like a board for hearing of misconduct or something. This
Don't even try. Let's just stop.
Did you have to?
That meeting would, of course, take place in a Holiday Inn hotel room.
Between two beds.
Between two beds.
The board would be sitting on the beds facing each other.
Well, there's a Holiday Inn, and then there's a Real House at one point. Originally, like James, when he first shows up at Math Professor's house, they have like the 80s sitcom like screens, the still of the, like a large house, and they zoom in.
Yeah.
And then she's like, "Come on in," and she opens the door, and clearly there's other hotel rooms in the hallway. And he comes in, and she's like, "Welcome to my home," and he's like, "Thank you." And then like later on in the film, he goes up to her bedroom for I don't know why. But it's in a real house, and he's filming with night vision, and it looks like...
It's like his point of view.
Oh my god.
Third pair of
He's filming
adamant
in someone's
boots.
house.
Wild.
Night vision. It is night vision.
3, 1 out of 128.
What is happening?
Like
drinking a beer
70
at
kills.
What do you think?
Worthless one.
Zach Bagans is coming to find her.
Yeah, it's
silly.
like a horror film.
It looks like a horror film with like a
two-handed
ghost hunting
sword,
program where it's like night vision and he's like, "Here's the door," and then he opens the door and then it cuts to the hotel room. It's like.
I'm working on Furman's last theorem.
He wanted to show James Wagner go to her bedroom door from the outside, but didn't want to film in the Holiday Inn hallway.
Yeah.
So he went into a real house, but wanted to do it at night.
And he didn't know how to light it
But
to
he
look
didn't know
like
how to
night,
light
I
it,
guess?
So he flipped the night vision on and said, "Oh, I can see." Not realizing that it has other implications when you're filming like a Navy SEAL about to kill Osama bin Laden. It has different like visual like interpretations, but he's walking up to the door. I can't see anything. The light's dark. Yeah. I want it to be nighttime. Click. Oh, I can see now. No, well, oh God, no. So much to explain to you.
And he's the writer, director, star, so there's nobody there to tell him don't do that.
Nobody. And so, yeah, and then he goes in and he's like, I have a question about the Pythagorean theorem. She's like, why don't you get into my bed and tell me all about it? And he's like, and then they got all hot and bothered, and he's like, no, not till next scene.
That sounds good, but is there anything that the government does better than the private sector?
What's your character, Quentin?
It's a jog talk.
Is that the teacher?
Wagner?
That's James Wagner and Quentin. They're sort of jogging while talking about healthcare problems. I think is he running in his socks? Jog, but don't jog too fast. The story, the characters, the politics of this is all very awkwardly done, needless to say. But what is more awkwardly done are the technical aspects.
The real star of the film.
The real star of the film. Well, there is a credited editor, which
I refuse to believe that exists.
We suspect is a fake name.
It has to be.
I don't know, the use of star wipes leads me to think there was an editor who was not Paul Catapali, who was just having fun with it after a while. Like, I'm just gonna do star wipes.
He won't know the difference.
I'm gonna do paper peels, fuck it.
Yeah.
Every transition is fucked up. Like once is like, oh, that's a mistake, but it happens every time where there's like, it starts to fade out, but then it cuts to another shot in the middle of the fade out or in the middle of the page peel. Every single transition is messed up. No.
Had a transition mid cut.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you. Thanks.
How? How is that possible? Every transition is fucked up.
Page peel.
Every transition is like a little gift.
Page
Night.
Well, there's so many like weird like 3 frames of black.
Yeah.
Or like a white and then like not even a frame. I don't even know how they did it. Like less than a frame of some other video is in there. Like and then the sound is a whole nother discussion, but every technical problem that could happen happens from, you know, obvious like reflections.
In our generation, we've voluntarily forgotten what this country.
Oh, it's
You don't even have the energy to say it. Seeing the cameraman is almost as common as seeing the actors in the film.
Oh my god.
There's the scene where someone picks up Krishna in their car.
He's got a dead body in the back seat and a tripod. Oh my god.
And we clearly see some guy laying on the back seat of the car.
And the tripod laying in the back.
It's either like the sound recordist, like recording the sound, or an actor.
Because they're going to shoot the next scene.
They're
directly.
on their way to a different
4th
location.
pair of boots.
Okay, buddy.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I didn't ask to be boots, Dad.
And so he's like, get in the back seat. You won't be
It's
in
probably
this
James
scene.
Wagner.
Yeah, it could be James Wagner or Quentin. Somebody, and then he's in the shot.
Oh, my favorite is the KFC.
Hi, how can I help you?
Can I get a number 2?
Everyone's
There he is! There he is!
They're like guerrilla style filmmaking this.
We just put a fresh batch of fries in.
She's pretending.
I'll bring them out to you.
Didn't think to digitally zoom in that shot, I guess.
Do it fast, do it fast.
Maybe Vishnu was just at the KFC that night.
He could be. No.
Krishna.
Maybe Krishna was just at the KFC that night.
Well, that's Jean Bonnet. She's in street clothes. She grabs a handful of napkins from the napkin dispenser and is wiping a table down. And then they have the gall to run over to an unused register terminal. And she's like,
Can I take your order?
Can I take your order? She's like constantly looking for the manager to come around from
We've
the
got
fried
one
chicken
take
fryer.
before they kick us out of here.
Yeah.
Just say the lines.
Yeah, then she serves him like a waitress, which is not how these places work.
No, not
She
usually.
comes back at the end of his meal to take his. How is everything? That doesn't happen at KFC.
No. And he's like, fine. What are you studying at college? I'm studying fucking English literature or something. And he's like, my name's James Hart.
Doesn't even leave his phone number.
Forgets to leave the phone number. He'll run into her again. Okay.
There's only 6 students at this college, so.
Yeah, I'll see you at the children's section of the library in about 5 minutes from now.
Is this a class at the college? Because we never see a classroom. Is it a mistake on my part to think?
Yeah. Clash in the children's section of the local public library.
Maybe they're researching whether or not it's Berenstein or Berenstein Berens.
You know, they're doing groundbreaking work on the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
That's what idea.
How does this happen?
I just don't know.
How can editing be this bad?
But yeah.
General coverage. Should we talk about that? The way this movie is shot. That first scene, I joked we weren't recording when we started screening the film, and we had to start over. But the first time we watched it, that hospital scene, doctor's office scene, is shot from every conceivable angle. And so I joke that it's like the Matrix bullet time. If you put all those shots together, you get a perfect circle. It's just, and sometimes it'll cut to a shot for like 5 seconds for no reason.
They were not only breaking the 180-degree rule, they were breaking the y-axis rule.
They were breaking the 180-degree rule vertically.
Vertically as well as horizontally.
I am writing a poem to express my love for Sam. Really? Yeah. I wrote 2 stanzas.
Sounds like a hidden recording. Like something you're not supposed to hear.
Like you'd hear this in a court case or something? Yeah.
He's an informant for the FBI. You don't see a picture.
It's to catch a predator.
Right.
Though by nature.
Was there just an explosion
It
sound
sounded like
effect?
there was just an explosion sound effect.
The fascinating thing, though, is he has a or several wireless microphone systems in use.
They make many special cameos throughout the film.
They're literally in the film on camera, but they are also. He doesn't rely on the onboard microphone on the camera or a boom mic. He almost specifically uses the wireless lav, sometimes to record other characters.
You don't just write, if you're gonna write a love poem, don't just put rhymes together. It has to have some sort of emotional meaning to it.
He actually scratched the microphone like it had an itch.
You missed it.
Oh no, what did I miss?
You missed a beautiful transition.
Oh.
It was a black screen that just went like this.
Sometimes I think the wireless microphone is in another room, under the table, attached to the back of a mouse.
Somebody dropped it in a bag of Cheetos.
It's in a bag of Cheetos. The wireless microphone literally could be anywhere. It may not be on the actor, but it's in the scene somewhere being used as a recording device. This is a rare instance when the onboard microphone on the camera is preferred. Over the
would be closer to the subject?
Because the wireless microphone is on the back of a possum that's running down the street. And it's like, where is the sound? And it's like, someone sounds perfectly clear, but ruffling and
Yeah,
muffling.
it's under their shirt, so their shirt's wrinkling around.
It's like this. It sounds like, it's like this, and they're trying to talk, and it sounds like this. But then the other person will sound like 100 miles away.
Very nice. Kind of like a hotel room.
It gets the job done. Serves the purpose.
Well, and then on top of that, they shoot many, many scenes in that library, and the library's clearly open, so they have to be quiet, and they get quieter. Every library scene is quieter than the previous one.
Are you related to Richard Wagner, the German composer? Just asking.
Hey, what have you been up to? Not too much. Just doing some studying.
There are so many weird mistakes and errors and things that happen. We can't even catalog them all.
Yeah.
There's just too many.
To the point where it almost has to be a case of the editor intentionally sabotaging the movie.
Yes, and
it really. I mean, at one point I said, "Is this a Tim and Eric sketch?"
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Like it feels like there's like Max Headroom-esque glitching of the dialogue.
No. You don't use this relationship to get such favors.
Almost every possible mistake is made.
This should be taught in film schools.
Yeah. I think there's only one copy left on Amazon, like a DVD you could buy.
Oh, it's gone already.
It's
then.
probably gone if you're watching this, but
but it's on Amazon Prime where you can just watch it?
I think so, yeah. I think so.
It's worth a watch.
If you can snag up a DVD copy for your
I will
own collection.
say, we're always, you specifically, is always concerned about the running time of movies. Anything over like 85 minutes and you're like, oh no. But this movie's 2 hours long. And I think we were riveted the whole way through.
Because there's so many characters, so many scenes. You asked how many scenes are in a movie. And I said, it depends on the movie, Rich. Because a movie can have lots of scenes or few scenes.
There is a pointless scene every 2 seconds.
Yes.
And I think the issue is that it's a pointless scene.
Yeah. I think the point is a good, bad B movie is constantly refreshing itself. And this is a good example of that.
I think so, yes.
Where for 123 minutes, I didn't want to leave the room. I had to go pee a couple times, and I didn't want to miss a minute.
I did get to a point where I was anxious for the clashes to start happening.
Yeah,
that's true.
But they did start happening shortly after that.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Yeah, things pick up again once the guy tries to burn the American flag with windshield wiper fluid. That's when you're like, you get a little bit of a refresher.
I can only take so much of people just standing there watching Glenn Beck.
There's a lot of political ranting. There's a lot of people reading stuff off screens, making webcasts, political diatribes, which I don't know if the director is trying to like say something one way or the other.
It doesn't
but
come across like he is.
It feels, yeah, I don't know if he's just trying to say college